Chapter 575. Neither Hu Jinniao nor Hu Jinkai had ever experienced anything like this. Neither of them had ever suffered such torment. However, they could not afford to panic, nor could they afford to be disorderly. He could only wait for De and the other kidnappers to go to sleep. They did go to bed. Before going to bed, he walked over to Hu Jinkai's side and pointed the gun at Hu Jinkai and Su Qingsang. Stinking brat. I'm telling you, you'd better stay put. This way, when Grandpa wakes up tomorrow, he might be in a good mood and untie the rope for you to eat. After saying that, De went to sleep at the other end of the warehouse. There were a few old sofas there, barely enough to sleep on for one night. As for Liang and the others, they had arranged their own tasks. Chen Si kept watch for the first half of the night and Wang Ming for the second half. As for Liang, he was responsible for getting up from time to patrol outside. After the work was done, Wang Ming and Liang went to rest. Chen Si was left behind to watch them. Hu Jinniao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party went to rest, his chance had come. That was what he really thought. He waited for the criminals to fall asleep. He turned to look at Hu Jinkai. She signaled with her eyes that they could begin now. Hu Jinkai nodded. Using his body as a shield, he untied all the ropes around his hands. So did Hu Jinniao. The two of them didn't dare to untie the ones on their feet in one breath. He was afraid that the noise would be too loud and alert the criminals. After he untied his own hands, he started to untie Hu Wuxuang's body. Hu Wuxuang had hit her head and was knocked unconscious by the criminal. After she woke up, she cried for a long time. She was so tired that she didn't wake up even after the rope was untied. Hu Jinniao glanced at Deda's eyes were closed, and he seemed to be sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, Chen Si sat by the mahjong table and smoked. He puffed out a cloud of smoke and did not look over. Wang Ming, who had been keeping watch for the second half of the night, had already gone to bed. Only Liang was left patrolling outside. Hu Jinniao and Hu Jinkai communicated with each other through their eyes. In fact, what they were going to do next was quite risky. But in order to escape, they couldn't care less. The two brothers' plan was very simple. They would escape when they were asleep and their guard was at its weakest. The other side only had 4 people, while they had 2. Hu Jinkai worked out regularly, so he was in good shape. Although Hu Jinniao was 2 years younger, he had already been in the army. Neither of them looked short, so there was still hope if they worked hard. The two of them wanted to deal with Chen Si first. It would be best if he could land a hit and knock Chen Si unconscious. Wang Ming and Brother De were asleep, so he didn't want to disturb them. The warehouse was huge. As long as they escaped from this warehouse, they should be safe when they ran outside. Hu Jinkai loosened the ropes that bound the 3 men's legs. He looked at Hu Jinniao. She whispered in his ear. I don't think so. The opponent had a gun. If we can't escape, we'll be in danger. But if we don't escape, we'll still be in danger. Hu Jinniao pursed his lips and glanced at De. That person had a gun, but he wasn't wearing a mask. How do you know that he will really follow the agreement and let you go after getting the money? The other party didn't even cover his face. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of them testifying against him. It was very likely that the enemy had no intention of letting them return home safely. They wanted to kill the hostages after getting the money. Hu Jinniao's analysis made sense. However, Hu Jinkai had a different idea. He masked his face, but the others haven't. Maybe we still have a chance. Hu Jinniao never liked to pin his hopes on others. If he had a chance to escape, why wouldn't he? Hu Jinkai was mature and steady. He didn't think this was a good plan. Jin Yao, there are too many of them. They're not just one person. How about we wait a little longer? He trusted the police and his family to get them out. It wasn't that Jin Yao didn't trust them. But that would be too long. He glanced at Wushwang. We can wait here. What about Wushwang? They were not young anymore, and they were boys. They didn't care if it was cold or hungry for a few days. But Wushwang was only 4.5 years old. How could they let Wushwang suffer here for 3 days? When Jin Yao mentioned Wushwang, Jin Kai hesitated. Yes, they could stay here for 3 days. They could wait for their parents to pay the ransom and get them out. But Wushwang was so young. What would happen if she stayed here for 3 days? Jin Kai didn't hesitate anymore. He nodded at Jin Yao. The two of them decided to escape together. Jin Kai was older, so he carried Wushwang. Jin Yao knocked Qin Si out. Then, they could leave the warehouse without alerting De and Wang Ming. The door of the warehouse was closed. If they wanted to go out, they would definitely make some noise. Liang, who was guarding the warehouse, would be alerted. So, the best solution was for the two of them to take down 3 of the hostages at the same time. That wasn't realistic. Although Jin Yao had trained in the army for a few days, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that the two of them could take down 2 of the hostages at the same time. So, the last solution was to knock Qin Si out and then run away. Jin Yao asked Jin Kai to carry Wushwang. He sat there and pretended to stretch his limbs. Qin Si was smoking and puffing out smoke. His vision wasn't very clear. Besides, he wasn't looking at them. Jin Yao knew that he had to hit Qin Si. He quickly got up and quietly walked behind Qin Si. When he was unprepared, he hit the back of Qin Si's head hard. Qin Si fell to the ground. Jin Yao didn't know if he was dead or alive. Jin Yao didn't want to make any noise and wake De and Wang Ming up. He used all his strength to hold Qin Si steady and then made him lie on the table. The first step was successful. Jin Yao felt relieved and turned to look at Jin Kai. He had Wushwang on his back. Jin Yao glanced in Da's direction. He was glad that there were some big, useless boxes in the warehouse, which blocked his view. He quietly approached the side of the warehouse. He opened the door slightly. The old wooden door of the warehouse let out a low squeak. Jin Yao's heart was beating fast. However, he quickly looked outside. He didn't see Liang, which made him panic. If Liang ran away at this moment, they would be discovered. Jin Kai was already walking over with Wushwang on his back. Wushwang was lying on his back. Her face was squeezed together, as if she was about to wake up. Jin Yao didn't have time to think about it. He turned around and walked out of the warehouse. He wanted to find Liang and get rid of him. However, he went out and looked left and right, but he did not see Liang. Jin Yao knew that they were in trouble. But they were already out. The only thing they could do was try to run away. Who knew how far they could run? Liang ran out from an unknown corner. Kid, you still want to run? Jin Yao heard Liang shout. He glanced at Jin Kai. Brother, run. He told Jin Kai to go first, while he stayed to deal with Liang. Liang shouted into the warehouse. Da! The kid is running away. Jin Yao knew that the situation was not good. He signaled Jin Kai to run, while he threw a punch at Liang. Kid! Not bad. Liang didn't expect Jin Yao's sudden move and was hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a grimace on his face. When Jin Yao swung his fist at him again, he grabbed his fist and punched him with the back of his hand. Hua Jinyao didn't expect Liang to be so good at martial arts. He was hit as well. Hua Jinyao took the punch. The opponent's punch was fierce and heavy. He couldn't help but let out a low cry. Hua Jinkai didn't expect his brother to be hit. He stopped and looked at Hua Jinyao, wanting to help. The night was too dark. The only source of light was the reflection of the fire in the warehouse. Hua Jinyao saw what Hua Jinkai was doing. He panicked. He didn't even care about the punch on his face. "Brother, run. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and run." Hua Jinkai glanced at him, gritted his teeth, and carried Hua Wuxuang on his back. He didn't expect Hua Wuxuang to wake up at that moment. It was too cold outside. She heard Hua Jinyao's voice again. She woke up. It was so dark. She was scared. Before she could cry out, she saw out of the corner of her eye that Hua Jinyao was being beaten. She was too young to see it clearly at first. When she saw it clearly, she burst into tears. "Don't hit my brother. Don't hit my brother. Stop. Don't hit my brother. Brother. Brother." She struggled to get off Hua Jinkai's back. Hua Jinkai was worried about Hua Jinyao. He lost his balance and let Hua Wuxuang jump off his back. Wuxuang. Hua Jinyao and Hua Jinkai both saw Wuxuang's movement and shouted. But it was useless. Wuxuang was already running toward Hua Jinyao. At the same time, De and Wang Ming woke up with a start. Even Chen Si was woken up by Da's kick. Wuxuang. Hua Jinyao was desperate. He saw Hua Wuxuang's small body run toward them. Liang punched her in the face several times. "Wuxuang, run. Run with Big Brother. Don't come near me. Wuxuang." He was punched in the face again. Liang kicked Hua Jinyao. His body flew out, and Hua Wuxuang cried even harder. She rushed to Hua Jinyao. "Brother! Brother! Wuxuang, run!" Hua Jinyao hated himself. He really hated himself. He hated himself for not being careful. He hated himself for thinking that there were so many things he could do when he was older. He hated himself for suggesting that they should run. He was hit by De and watched helplessly as De picked up Wuxuang's body. Hua Jinkai rushed over and threw a punch at De, kicked him away and threw Wuxuang's small body to the ground. Wuxuang. The two brothers screamed at the same time. In the night sky, Hua Wuxuang's cries sounded so mournful and painful. Wuxuang. The two brothers quickly got up and tried to run to Hua Wuxuang. But it was useless. Hua Jinyao had already been restrained by Wang Ming and Chen Si, who had run out. Liang blocked Hua Jinkai's way. He kicked him a few times and punched him. Although he was only 14, he was as tall as an adult. But he was not as tall as Liang. They didn't know that Liang was a boxer until later. How could they win against a boxer like him when they were so young? Hua Jinyao was punched by Chen Si. "You little bastard. How dare you hit me? Kid, you must be tired of living. You're good. Come on, hit me." Hua Jinyao didn't know how many times he had been hit. But none of the pain was comparable to the pain he felt when De picked Hua Wuxuang up. "Let her go. Let her go. Do you hear me? Let her go." His cry was incomparably mournful. But it was useless. De threw Hua Wuxuang's body again. She cried even harder. At this moment, De didn't forget to give him a kick. He didn't know where he kicked, but Hua Wuxuang stopped crying. On the other side, Hua Jinkai had been beaten up for so long that he was on the verge of collapsing. Hua Jinyao had never experienced such despair. He yelled at De, "Let them go. Let them go. I'm telling you, it's useless to kidnap them. My mother didn't give birth to them. My mother won't pay a ransom for them. They are illegitimate children of the Hua family. Do you hear me? It's useless to kidnap them. Let them go. You, let them go." He kept repeating those words, shouting himself hoarse. Do was annoyed. He walked over to Hua Jinyao. He kicked Hua Jinyao in the stomach. "Kid, trying to be a hero. You think you can do that? Don't run. Run. Why don't you run? Illegitimate children. Illegitimate children. Do you think I'll believe you?" Hua Jinyao looked like he was in love with his sister. Who would believe that? I'm telling the truth. He had been punched so many times by Liang that he couldn't take it anymore. Hua Jinkai was being punched even harder than he was. Hua Jinyao endured the pain in his stomach and spoke to De, "You want a hostage? One is enough. Let them go. Do you hear me?" Bam! He was hit in the stomach again. He bent over in pain. De stopped in front of him. "Brat, trying to act in front of me, you're still too inexperienced. Let me tell you. You want to pretend to be a hero. You can't pretend to be me." Hua Jinyao's body was in so much pain that he could barely feel anything. But Da's words made him feel more desperate than pain. The next 2 days were like a nightmare for him. No matter how many times he repeated what he had said, no matter how hard he tried to convince De that Hua Jinkai and Hua Wushuang were illegitimate children and that they should let them go, it didn't work. He watched helplessly as De tortured Hua Jinkai. They would beat Hua Jinkai when he woke up. Hit him in front of his face. While beating him, he said, "Kid, we're doing this for you. If he died, your family's property will belong to you alone." Hua Wushuang was seriously injured. The next day, he fell into a coma with a high fever. Hua Jinyao had begged for mercy. He even knelt down before De, "I beg you, please let go of my sister, she is only 4 years old. She wouldn't remember anything. You can find a hospital and leave her there. I beg you." "Kid, what? You want us to go downtown so the police can arrest us? You wish." De didn't fall for his trick. Hua Jinyao was furious. "My mother has wanted to get rid of them for a long time. If you really let them all die, she'll be happy if you let them all die." He was punched again. De stared at his face and said angrily, "Don't worry. Kid, we still have you, don't we? Look. You're still in our hands. Don't worry, kid. You like to pretend to be a hero, so I'll let you be one. You like to be a hero, so I'll let you be one. But don't even think about escaping. You can't get away. 3 days. 3 whole days. Soft and hard, good and bad." Hua Jinyao said everything he wanted to say. But he couldn't soften Da's heart. On the 3rd day, he was even more desperate. He saw that Da was the only one who didn't wear a mask. On the 3rd day, Chen Si and the others didn't wear masks anymore. What did that mean? He knew it better than anyone else. They would kill the hostages. There was no way he could survive that day. The great despair filled him with regret and pain. Why did he have to be brave? Why did he have to run that night? If they had been hostages, if he hadn't encouraged Hua Jinkai to run away, would they have been able to live safely? He didn't know. He didn't have an answer. On the 3rd day, his limbs were tied up and he was beaten badly. He could only watch as Hua Wushuang's breathing became heavier and heavier. No matter how hard he screamed, Wushuang didn't open her eyes. At that moment, he screamed in despair. "Wushuang! Wu Shuang. His little sister. She wasn't even 5 years old. How could she die like this? Ah. Hua Jinkai had suffered enough in the past few days. His body was very weak. When he heard Hua Jinkai's scream, he opened his swollen eyes. He saw Wu Shuang lying on the ground without a sound. Hua Jinkai screamed even more desperately than Hua Jinyao. However, Hua Jinkai hadn't eaten for days and had been beaten all day. His voice was hoarse. He screamed, and when De and the others came over, he rushed up and knocked De down without a care. De was angry. His gun was in his pocket. He fired at Hua Jinkai. Hua Jinkai's body fell to the ground. But this time, Hua Jinyao didn't even know how to scream. He stared at Hua Jinkai and Hua Wushuang in front of him. He couldn't believe that the big brother he respected the most and the little sister he loved the most were gone just like that. Brother. Wushuang. Stop playing. Get up. It's been 3 days. We can go home now. Get up. Ah. He curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. De didn't have the patience to listen to him and was about to shoot him. Wang Ming stopped him. Don't be impulsive, De. If all the hostages die, we won't get a single cent. De still had a shred of reason left in him. He nodded and signaled Qin Si to cover Hua Jinyao's mouth. Still angry, he kicked Hua Jinyao a few more times. Finally, he let Hua Jinyao go. Hua Jinyao couldn't feel the pain anymore. 3 days. 3 whole days. He was tortured both physically and mentally. His willpower had long since been exhausted. He fainted. His last thought before he lost consciousness was that he could finally be reunited with Hua Jinkai and Hua Wushuang. That was good. The 3 of them could still be brother and sister. What he didn't know was that the case was so big that it had alarmed many people. Although the Hua family was anxious, they thought that the hostages wouldn't kill them for the money. By the time they found the 4 hostages and subdued them, Hua Jinkai and Hua Wushuang were gone forever. As for Hua Jinyao, he didn't know if it was because he was physically strong or because he had a strong will. He was in a coma for 3 whole days. Finally, he woke up. Many things had happened while he was in a coma. For example, De and the others had tried to reduce their crimes. They claimed that Hua Jinkai's 2 lives were manslaughter. Of course, that was impossible. Hua Wushuang hadn't been killed by De. But she was only 4 years old. She had been seriously injured and couldn't have survived. Hua Jinkai had killed her on purpose. It was true that De had killed Hua Jinkai. But he said that he didn't want to kill Hua Jinkai. Hua Jinyao had asked him to. He also told the police what Hua Jinyao had said when he was pretending to be a hero. Look, comrade police, he was the one who asked us to kill him. Because if his brother and sister died, he would have a share of the family property. In order to reduce his crime, De lied. Of course, the police didn't believe him. However, the other gangsters all insisted that Hua Jinyao had indeed said that. The transcript was not open to the public. Even the trial was not open. However, Lu Tongjia and the other members of the Hua family could see the transcript. Lu Tongjia had lost 2 children. She was already in a very bad mood. When he thought of what the notes said, he was naturally quite angry and furious. When she went to see Hua Jinyao, she heard him talking in his sleep. I'm telling you, it's useless to kidnap them. My mother didn't give birth to them. My mother won't pay a ransom for them. They are all illegitimate children of the Hua family. Do you hear me? It's useless to kidnap them. I am the most beloved child of the Hua family. He repeated it over and over again, which made Lu Tongjia's heart turn cold. She also reminded herself to believe in her children. She believed that Hu Jinyao wasn't that kind of person. But when Hu Jinyao woke up, what did he say? Yes, it's me. It's all me. I'm the one who killed them. No one could understand Hu Jinyao's self-blame and pain. He regretted it countless times. He wished that time could stop on that day, the night they were kidnapped. If that happened, he would be humble, would never stand up for them, and would never try to be a hero. He would definitely do everything he could to ensure that everyone, including his brother and sister, would survive. But there were no ifs in life. What had happened would not give him a chance to regret. He was 12 years old. He was a child. He could use such an excuse to explain his behavior. However, he could not overcome his own conscience and his own feelings. So for so many years, he knew that Lu Tongjia had misunderstood him. He knew that Lu Tongjia deliberately made things difficult for him. But he never explained it. Chapter 576. I'm the one who killed them. After that, there was a strange silence in the room. Su Qingsang looked at Hu Jinyao. She couldn't believe that there was such a person in the world. Because he felt that he had killed his brother and sister, he didn't explain himself even though he knew that his mother had misunderstood him. For so many years, he had endured such misunderstandings alone. What kind of pain was it to endure such torment? Su Qingsang felt a sharp pain in her heart. The pain made her realize that her face was covered with tears. People always hoped for miracles in life, but most of the time, there were no miracles in the world. The deaths of Hu Jinkai and Hu Wushuang were both regrettable. Something that shouldn't have happened had happened. It was already a tragedy. No matter how much Hu Jinyao regretted it, he couldn't save his brother and sister's lives. He couldn't forgive himself. He couldn't forgive himself for being impulsive when he was 12 years old. So for the past 10 or 20 years, he had been torturing himself in this way. Wasn't this kind of torment another tragedy? For the first time, Hu Jinyao didn't notice Su Qingsang's tears. He was immersed in his memories. In fact, he rarely recalled the past. Very rarely. If possible, he even hoped that he could lose his memory. He wanted to forget the 3 days he had been kidnapped. Those 3 days were the darkest days of his life. The torture and pain he had experienced were nightmares that he would never be able to forget. Su Qingsang's face was covered with tears. In her eyes, Hu Jinyao's figure had become a blurry shadow. She moved her lips and wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by cotton. She couldn't say a word. She hugged Hu Jinyao tightly and forcefully. Hu Jinyao stood there without moving. His body was very stiff. He was completely immersed in the emotions brought about by the kidnapping. After so many years, he had no one to talk about his self-blame and guilt. He had no one to talk about the pain of losing his family. Who should he talk to? The whole family. They were all suffering the same pain as him. Lu Tongjia was the one who suffered the most. She had lost 2 children in one day. One was the eldest son she was proud of. One was the little daughter she had been looking forward to seeing for a long time. Hu Jinyao understood Lu Tongjia's pain. Therefore, when he found out that Lu Tongjia had misunderstood him, he couldn't argue back. Hu Jinkai had tried to stop him, and he had told him about it. But he refused to listen, stubbornly going his own way. In the end, it resulted in such an outcome. He clearly only needed to wait for 3 days. As long as he endured through those 3 days, everything would be fine. But he couldn't wait. His brother and sister didn't survive either. Hu Jinyao didn't cry. Ever since he was 12 years old, he hadn't shed a single tear. For such a long time, he had been bitterly suppressing it, desperately holding on. He had gotten used to Lu Tongjia's cold treatment over the past decade. For a long time, Hu Jinyao even enjoyed being treated like this by Lu Tongjia. Because in that case, he could slightly reduce the self-blame in his heart. He had never thought that one day, Lu Tongjia would go against Su Qingsang because she didn't like him. Su Qingsang's face was already covered with tears. They were indoors and didn't wear many clothes. She hugged him tightly again. Soon, her tears had soaked his clothes. The wetness on his chest made him lower his head. Because of the pain brought by the memories, his eyes were red. He blinked, as if he could see Su Qingsang's face clearly. He reached out his hand, very slowly, and gently stroked her cheek. "Why are you crying?" Su Qingsang couldn't speak. She could only hug him tightly and keep shaking her head. How could there be such a stupid person? "Don't cry. I'm fine." He had already experienced the pain, and he had already been hurt. It was just that those regrets kept tormenting him, and the self-blame kept tormenting him. He had nowhere to vent those emotions, so he occasionally had nightmares in the middle of the night. "I'm really fine now." Su Qingsang wouldn't believe him. If that was really the case, he wouldn't have been plagued by nightmares for so many years. He wouldn't have called her mother when he was sick. He had grown up, but his feelings were still the same as when he was 12 years old. He was still that teenager. A helpless teenager who was kidnapped, hurt. He longed for maternal love and the care from his family. In fact, those were what Lu Tongjia and Hu Mingguang owed him more than 10 years ago. How could Lu Tongjia do that? How could she? Hu Jinyao was also a victim. He also needed Lu Tongjia's gentle words and comfort. He also needed her, as a mother, to bring him out of that pain. But what did Lu Tongjia give him? Suspicion, accusation. And the hatred that had lasted for more than 10 years. Su Qingsang's eyes were blurry from crying. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. She looked up at Hu Jinyao and kept shaking her head when he said that he was fine. "It's not like that." Her voice was trembling and full of tears. She shook her head and hugged him tightly. "It's not like that. He wouldn't be fine without the past." How could she do that? How could she? Su Qingsang kept repeating these few words to herself. She wanted to say that Lu Tongjia was wrong. She wanted to say that she should make it up to Hu Jinyao. But she couldn't say it. She could only keep sniffling. Finally, she looked up at Hu Jinyao with a pained face. I'll go talk to her." She let go of him, turned around, and rushed to Lu Tongjia's room. "I'll go now." She wanted to make it clear to Lu Tongjia. She had already lost a son and a daughter. Now, did she want to lose another child as well? People's hearts were the easiest to be hurt, and it was difficult to heal after it was hurt. Lu Tongjia was wrong. Since she was wrong, then let her fix this mistake. Hu Jinyao subconsciously grabbed her. When she was about to rush out, he pulled her back into his arms. "Don't go. Hu Jinyao. You don't need to say it." Hu Jinyao looked at her face, raised his hand, and used his palm to wipe away the tears on her face little by little. He wiped very, very slowly. He looked at her, and his expression had returned to its usual calmness. "There's no need to say it." Hu Jinyao pursed his lips, and his handsome face was indifferent. "It's hard for her too." Lu Tongjia's pain was no less than his. It would only be more than his. For so many years, the nightmare had tortured him for as long as it had tortured Lu Tongjia. There had been a time when Lu Tongjia couldn't get out of that nightmare no matter how hard she tried. Every night, she couldn't sleep and woke up with a start. Hu Jinkai and Hu Wushuang were both born after she carried them for 10 months. especially Huo Wuxiang. Her departure was the pain of the entire Huo family. Lu Tongjiao's pain was transferred after she misunderstood him. She felt better after she transferred the pain, the anger, and the hatred of loss to him. Huo Jinyao knew that. He knew all that. That was why she didn't want to explain anymore. Let it be. If there had to be someone who had to bear the responsibility for these losses, then let him do it. He owed it to Lu Tongjiao. It was all his fault. Su Qingsang's tears were wiped away by Huo Jinyao, but her eyes were still red. She opened her eyes and looked at Huo Jinyao in a daze. Huo Jinyao. I'm really fine. Huo Jinyao didn't know how many times he had said that today. Even though he knew that Su Qingsang wouldn't believe him, even though he knew that he was just lying to himself. Su Qingsang didn't want to argue anymore. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips gently and slowly. She traced the shape of his lips carefully. His lips were very beautiful and sexy. They weren't thick and were slightly thin. Some people used to say that people with thin lips were also thin. But now, she felt that his lips were just right. They were soft and bright red, just like his heart. She kissed him, and tears fell again. Finally, she couldn't kiss him anymore. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She blinked them away and hugged him tightly. Huo Jinyao hugged her as well. The front of his shirt was wet again with her tears. He tightened the grip on his arm. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, her eyelids, and kissed away all her tears. Finally, he kissed her lips. She stopped at the first touch and hugged him again. They didn't speak again. They just hugged each other like that. Time seemed to stand still. He needed time, and so did she. She slowly calmed herself down. She stopped crying. Her eyes were still swollen. He lowered his head to look at her and sighed softly. It's okay. It's okay. Let's go and wash your face. Apply it to your eyes, or you'll feel uncomfortable later. They were going to have dinner together tonight. If she went with her face like that, she would probably attract attention. Su Qingsang sniffled and nodded heavily. Huo Jinyao held her hand and walked towards the bathroom. Neither of them spoke again. Su Qingsang let him bring a towel, fill it with water, wring it, and gently wipe her face. His movements were very gentle, as if he was wiping some treasure. Su Qingsang blinked. After Huo Jinyao withdrew his hand, she spoke very softly. Huo Jinyao, have you ever thought about leaving the Huo family? Or leaving Tianyu Group? Huo Jinyao stopped wringing the towel. He glanced at her and nodded. Then, it's not that I don't want to. I can't. Old Master Huo knew all about his pain and suffering. Old Master Huo was well aware of Lu Tongjiao's pain and suffering. Because Old Master Huo knew and understood. So for so many years, he had never said a word about the relationship between mother and son. Old Master Huo had experienced a lot, so his mentality was different. He was able to accept it, and he could bear more. But other people might not be able to. He understood it all. So, although he felt sorry for Huo Jinyao, he would never let him go. Whether it's the Huo family or Tianyu Group. These are all my responsibilities. If Huo Jinkai were still alive, these would be Huo Jinkai's responsibilities. But Huo Jinkai was gone. His death had a lot to do with him. Even though he had repeatedly told himself that their deaths were accidents, it was useless. Unless, one day, there is someone who can really shoulder these responsibilities. Otherwise, I will continue to carry them. Su Qingsang didn't say anything. She understood him and his choice. However, what about Hui Yifan? Him. Huo Jinyao didn't have a bad impression of Hui Yifan. They used to have a good relationship. But he didn't know when Hui Yifan and the others started to have other thoughts. Not only them, but also the Wei family and even the Lu family. The root cause of all this was Lu Tongjia's undisguised attitude. Hui Jingyao knew that, but because of his tolerance for Lu Tongjia, he had no choice but to tolerate these things as well. Don't worry. He won't be able to do anything. Whether it was him or his older brother in the past. They were all heirs who had been carefully trained by Old Master Hua. In this aspect, Old Master Hua didn't insist on the eldest son and grandson to inherit, nor was he biased. It was because he believed that everyone had different responsibilities to bear. The emphasis he placed on nurturing each of his grandchildren was also different. Hui Yifan wasn't bad, but his weakness was that he was too confident and easily arrogant. With this weakness, Tianyu Group couldn't be expanded in his hands. Therefore, Hui Jinyao would never be a match for him. I know you're better than him. Su Qingsang was worried about other things. But he's with Su Peijian now. I have a feeling that they're not coming with good intentions. Hui Jinyao leaned over and kissed her cheek. Thank you for the compliment, wife. You also said that your husband is better than him. If that's the case, even if Su Peijian is added, so what? Su Qingsang nodded and laughed at herself for thinking too much. Anyway, I don't know much about your business. I can't help much. I just hope that you can be well. Hui Jinyao reached out and rubbed the top of her head. Let's go. You rest for a while. We should have dinner later. When the two of them were about to go downstairs, Su Qingsang glanced at the room next door. Is Uncle Chen okay? To avoid arousing suspicion, she left when the doctors were treating Zhang Yichen. She didn't stay. He's fine. But I don't think he can get up for dinner. It was good that he couldn't get up. Until now, Su Qingsang thought that Zhang Yichen had done that to her because he was drugged and drunk. Only he knew very well that it wasn't the case. The drug had only stimulated the deepest feelings in Zhang Yichen's heart. Zhang Yichen really had feelings for Su Qingsang. However, Hui Jinyao wouldn't tell Su Qingsang about it. He thought about how she had cried for him and how she had wanted to rush to Lu Tongjia to explain for him. His Qingsang was so good. It wasn't surprising that a man liked her. However, he still hoped that there would be fewer rivals in love. Su Qingsang nodded. She sympathized with Lu Tongjia, but she couldn't understand her. If Lu Tongjia really succeeded in framing him, wouldn't it be better to let others know that she had a daughter-in-law who cheated on her husband? Or, did she really hate Hui Jinyao to such an extent? Not only did she want to take away his power in the company, but she also wanted to ruin his reputation. Su Qingsang sighed in her heart. If Lu Tongjia really wanted to do that, if Hui Jinyao stubbornly refused to explain the misunderstanding between them, who could guess what Lu Tongjia would do in the future? Don't worry. Hui Jinyao seemed to know what she was thinking. He suddenly stopped walking. I've already told my mother. She won't do something like that again. Su Qingsang looked at his expressionless face when he said that. She could almost guess Lu Tongjia's expression when he said that. Your mother, I told her that you're my bottom line. There won't be a next time. Su Qingsang pursed her lips, bit her lip, and nodded heavily. She suddenly realized that she loved Hui Jinyao more and more. Other than love, she also felt sorry for him and admired him. No one's son could have done this. But Hui Jinyao did. He had endured a lot that he shouldn't have. He had also experienced a lot that he shouldn't have. The heavens were really too unfair to him. During dinner, several people at the table didn't look good. Hui Jinyao and Su Qingsang didn't need to be mentioned. Although Su Qingsang had a buffer from the previous emotions, she still didn't understand Lu Tongjia's behavior when she saw her again. Lu Tongjia didn't look good either. Hua Mingguang wasn't in the room in the afternoon. She stayed alone the whole afternoon. Hua Jinyao's words still affected her. She didn't cry, but her eyes were a little red, and her face looked a little haggard. If one looked carefully, they would find that she had put on some powder to hide her emotions at the moment. Hua Jinyao didn't look at Lu Tongjia, so he didn't notice the change in her expression. No matter how much Hua Jinyao could bear it, he didn't want to talk to her now. Su Qingsang didn't notice her expression either. She couldn't forgive Lu Tongjia now. Old Master Hua and Hua Mingguang noticed it. However, there were too many relatives today, so it wasn't convenient for them to ask. Hua Mingguang leaned close to Lu Tongjia's ear and spoke softly. If you're tired, go to bed early at night. Everyone is here for dinner. You'd better cheer up. They had been married for many years, so he could tell that she wasn't in a good mood at the moment. Lu Tongjia glanced at her husband and finally responded with a soft hum. She looked exhausted. Su Peijian and Hui Yifan arrived late. Su Peijian's face was rosy. His face was beaming with happiness. Everyone present only thought that Su Peijian and Hui Yifan had a good relationship. But it was different for Nian Chunya. Seeing her appearance, Nian Chunya frowned slightly. She was going to marry her son in the future. No matter how much old Master Hua liked her, she didn't know how to behave and didn't know how to respect her as a mother. That was enough to make her unhappy. Su Peijian didn't care about Nian Chunya's expression. She openly hooked her arm around Hui Yifan's. When she approached the crowd, she looked around and finally fixed her eyes on Su Qingsang's face. Chapter 577. Dinner was not as lively as lunch. Many of them were drunk and could not get up. Zhang Yichen was the most powerful among them. Not only was he drunk, but he was also drugged. Even if the doctor treated him, he wouldn't be able to wake up in a moment or two. Before Hui Yangxiu went downstairs for dinner, she went to check on Zhang Yichen. Of course, she didn't know what Zhang Yichen had just been through. She only thought that he was too happy today and had a few too many drinks. However, Su Peijian knew very well that Zhang Yichen was not drunk at all. Zhang Yichen was upstairs, and Su Qingsang didn't look well. The combination of these phenomena was enough to make Su Peijian wonder what on earth had just happened. A gloating smile appeared on her face. What did Zhang Yichen do? She was starting to get curious. There were fewer people at dinner, but it was still lively. At the dinner table, people were toasting each other, but under the dinner table, people were having different thoughts. Su Qingsang was in no mood to socialize today. All her attention was on Hua Jinyao and Lu Tongjia. She always felt that things shouldn't be like this, and the relationship between mother and son shouldn't be like this. Although she and Li Qianxue weren't together after they met, Li Qianxue's care and love for her had never diminished. He would video call her every day and send her messages frequently. Her words were filled with concern. She understood Li Qianxue's thoughts. She had missed out on the mother-daughter relationship for so many years, and she wanted to make up for it. What about Lu Tongjia? Hua Jinyao had grown up. If Lu Tongjia really wanted to make it up to him, what could she do? More importantly, Lu Tongjia probably wouldn't even think of asking for compensation. She couldn't help but look at Lu Tongjia. She also seemed to be a little distracted. She looked at Hua Jinyao again. At that moment, Hua Jinyao picked up a piece of fish and put it in her bowl. He gave her a look, and she understood what he meant. If she could, she really wanted to clarify things with Lu Tongjia, but Hua Jinyao wouldn't let her. The meal was delicious, but Su Qingsang felt tasteless. She knew it was a dead knot. But she really wanted to untie this knot. While Su Peijian was talking to Hui Yifan, she happened to see Hui Jinyao putting food into Su Qingsang's bowl. She narrowed her eyes. Could it be that Zhang Yichen didn't do what she expected? How could this be? If Zhang Yichen didn't have any medicine, then what she had done today would have been for nothing. She looked down and bit her lip. There was a hint of a cold smile in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Yichen was in the army and rarely came out. Then, what else could she do to get a chance? What if she stayed here tonight? Su Peijian didn't expect that even if she stayed tonight, she wouldn't have a chance. During the Dragon Boat Festival, Li Junxing also went to Rong City. Hui Jinyao went to the party with them. In the past, he would have asked Zhang Yichen to come along. But not today. Yesterday's incident had created a barrier in his heart. He thought that he might not be able to be as honest with Zhang Yichen as he used to be. The only thing that made Hui Jinyao feel a little better was that Su Qingsang didn't know what Zhang Yichen was thinking. Zhang Yichen woke up the day after the Dragon Boat Festival. He was a soldier and had a strong will. If it wasn't for the special situation yesterday, he would never have allowed himself to make a mistake. He would not allow himself to lose control. But he didn't expect that he would still get drunk despite all his precautions. Forget about getting drunk. How could he lose control? Zhang Yichen rubbed his temples. There was a part of his memory that he didn't remember yesterday. But there was a part that was especially clear. He thought that he was hallucinating when he was hugging a woman and hugging Hui Jinyao when he was drunk. At that moment, he could only feel lucky that he didn't lose control in front of Su Qingsang. He didn't know that he had already lost control in front of Su Qingsang. He didn't know that he had already lost control in front of Su Qingsang. Fortunately, Su Qingsang knew that he was drugged and drunk. Zhang Yichen didn't know that he was drugged. He only knew that he was drunk. He could hold his liquor well. In the past, when he was drunk, he only slept. That was why he could drink without worry. But why did he lose control yesterday? Zhang Yichen didn't understand, but he was sure of one thing. Hui Jinyao, he knew. He buried his face in his palms. He wanted to keep it a secret. What should he do now? Su Peijian didn't look very good after leaving the Hui mansion. Su Qingsang didn't stay at the Hui mansion yesterday. She left with Hui Jinyao after dinner. Seeing how Hui Jinyao cared for her when she left, Su Peijian knew that what Zhang Yichen did yesterday didn't affect her at all. That made her very unhappy. Her plan failed. She didn't know when she would get another chance like this. She was very anxious about this, and it was easy to see how she felt. Her expression was so obvious that even Hui Yifan noticed it. What's wrong? Nothing. Su Peijian didn't want to tell Hui Yifan that she had set Zhang Yichen up. She knew very well that if she told Hui Yifan about it, he would probably object because of Hui Yangxiu's relationship with Old Master Hua. My intuition tells me that the bad thing you wanted to do just now failed. Isn't that right? Hui Yifan was a smart man. He knew from Su Peijian's expression that her plan must have failed. He curled his lips and smiled wickedly. Don't tell me that you tried to set Su Qingsang up today and failed. Yes, I failed. Su Peijian curled her lips and said coldly, you should be disappointed that I failed. What do you mean by gloating like that? Nothing. Hui Yifan pulled her into his arms and said, you should have told me that you tried to set Su Qingsang up in the Hui mansion. This is the Hui mansion, after all. Hui Jinyao is there, so you have no chance. No matter how much Auntie doesn't like Su Qingsang, she won't let you do anything. You know, this is a very embarrassing thing to do. Su Peijian didn't say anything. In fact, she just wanted to embarrass Su Qingsang and let Hui Jinyao know that he had been cheated on. Today's plan was a little rushed. If she was more familiar with the Hua mansion and had more opportunities, she believed that she would succeed. Alright, don't think about it. You know how protective Hua Jinyao is of Su Qingsang. If you want to set her up again, you'd better do it when he's not here. Of course, it would be easier to do it outside the Hua mansion. Su Peijian narrowed her eyes and began to seriously consider the feasibility of this matter. However, there was no hurry. There were more important things to do now. Alright, I will deal with Su Qingsang. You should focus on the company. We can't lose this time. Don't worry. Don't you trust me? Hui Yifan laughed arrogantly. He thought that all his actions were secret and no one would notice. Su Peijian didn't like his smug look. Part of her personality was like Su Qinghui's. She liked to think more about things. She always had a feeling that things wouldn't be as simple as Hui Yifan thought. However, seeing his confident look, Su Peijian didn't want to hurt him. She turned over and fell asleep. When she got up in the morning, she met Lu Tongjia and found that she didn't look good. Su Peijian had wanted to cooperate with her before. However, there was no opportunity to cooperate now. She naturally thought that Lu Tongjia was giving her a hard time. This made Su Peijian's mood even worse. When she got home, Xiang Kaiping was reading the newspaper in the living room. When she saw her come in, she looked up at her with a very complicated expression. Mom, I'm home. Su Peijian changed her shoes and sat down on the sofa opposite Xiang Kaiping. There were fruits on the table. They were all washed. She picked up a bunch of grapes and ate too. When she found that Xiang Kaiping was still looking at her, she sat up uncomfortably. What's wrong? Mom. Have you had breakfast? I haven't eaten yet. Can you see if there's anything to eat? Miss Xiao is in the kitchen. You can ask her. Xiang Kaiping glanced at her. She still couldn't ask the question that was on the tip of her tongue. Su Peijian went to the kitchen to find something to eat without noticing. Xiang Kaiping looked at her back with an indecipherable expression. When Su Peijian came out, she found that Xiang Kaiping was no longer in the living room. She was more or less relieved. When she was with Li Qianxue always went along with her. Of course, if she did something wrong, Li Qianxue would also blame her. She would tell her what not to do. However, ever since she met Xiang Kaiping, she was always a little afraid of her. Su Peijian understood that it was because Xiang Kaiping didn't want to lose her daughter, so she always went along with her. She enjoyed this feeling. In her opinion, Xiang Kaiping would never leave her or betray her. After all, they were blood relatives. She believed that Xiang Kaiping would never leave her. It could only be said that Su Peijian was too confident. After returning to her room, Xiang Kaiping locked the door and walked to the table in the room. She opened the lock of the last drawer and took out a photo album. When she was young, she didn't like taking photos very much. Therefore, there weren't many photos. The album was still the ones she had taken when she lived with Su Qingsang. There were also some photos of her and Su Qingsang. There were also photos with Hua Jinyao. At the end of the album, there was a photo she had clipped after she came back. That photo was taken when the child was born. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she asked the nurse to take a photo of the child. She looked at the child back then and thought about Su Peijian now. Xiang Kaiping couldn't tell how she felt. She turned the page and looked at the photo of her and Su Qingsang again. At that time, her smile was real. She was also in a good mood. But now, she couldn't think about it. Xiang Kaiping felt sad when she thought about it. She felt that she really didn't know how to vent the anger in her heart, nor did she know how to relieve her depression. Previously, when she was with Su Qingsang, she even gave up being with Hu Jinyao to accompany her to Japan for New Year's. Later, in order to take care of herself, she didn't go back to Rome City with Hu Jinyao for New Year's. Su Qingsang knew how many rules there were in a big family like the Hu family. But she still did that. Now, Su Peijian had nothing to do, but she ran out early and stayed outside for a day. She didn't even call. She didn't tell her where she went, nor did she tell her what she was busy with that day. Yesterday was the Dragon Boat Festival. Even though this festival wasn't like the Spring Festival or the Mid-Autumn Festival, which focused on family reunion. But at this time, Xiang Kaiping was still disappointed. Su Peijian really didn't care about her mother. She closed the photo album and locked it back in the bottom drawer. There was no longer any joy on her face. What was she going to do with this daughter of hers? Hu Jinyao was listening to Yang Wenchang talk about Hu Yifun's movements these days. From the looks of it, his plan was going well. Because Hu Yifun didn't suspect anything and trusted them. He curled the corners of his mouth, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. This was one of the few things that had put him in a good mood recently. Keep watching him. I believe he'll take the bait soon. Yang Wenchang nodded and was about to leave. The intercom rang. Someone was looking for Hu Jinyao. It had been a few days since Hu Jinyao saw Zhang Yichen again. He wasn't disheveled like he was on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, nor was he blushing like that night. He stood there as straight as a pine tree. Hu Jinyao narrowed his eyes. He didn't miss the trace of guilt that flashed across Zhang Yichen's eyes. "Uncle, you're here." He didn't rush to get up when he saw Zhang Yichen like before. He pressed the intercom and asked someone to bring tea. After the secretary left, he gestured for Zhang Yichen to sit down. Zhang Yichen didn't sit down. He still stood there. "I thought Uncle had returned to the army. Why haven't you gone back?" "I went back, but I'm back." "What's the matter?" Hu Jinyao was much calmer than before, which was enough to explain the problem. Zhang Yichen knew that Hu Jinyao already knew, but he still couldn't say it. "That day, I'm sorry. I was drunk." Zhang Yichen's voice was soft, but he didn't mean to excuse himself. "That day." "Uncle, which day are you talking about?" Hu Jinyao didn't seem to understand. He turned to look at Zhang Yichen with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yichen stood even straighter than before. He slightly clenched his fists by his sides, then quickly loosened them. "That day of the Dragon Boat Festival was wrong. Uncle, you said you were drunk. Since you were drunk, I won't take it seriously." Zhang Yichen looked at him and took a step forward. "I didn't come here today to cover up or anything else. I just want to say that it's just me. Su Qingsang doesn't know, so you." "Uncle." Hu Jinyao abruptly stood up. He walked around his gigantic desk and walked up to Zhang Yichen step by step, then stood still. "What are you trying to say?" "I just want to tell you that Su Qingsang doesn't know. No matter what you heard that day, or what you know, it's just me." "Uncle." Once again, Hu Jinyao interrupted him. His expression was cold, and his eyes were even colder. "Are you explaining for Su Qingsang?" "I don't want you to misunderstand. I didn't misunderstand. You, on the other hand, if you continue to explain, I will really misunderstand." Hu Jinyao's eyes were sharp, and his expression was serious. "Uncle, I have always respected you, both in the past and now. But this time, I don't think you need to explain." He took a step forward, almost standing next to Zhang Yichen. Their bodies were very close to each other. They were both tall and imposing. Zhang Yichen had the sharpness of a soldier, while Hu Jinyao had the aura of a leader for many years. The two of them looked at each other. For some reason, there was a feeling of sparks flying in the air. Hua Jinyao raised his chin and looked at Zhang Yichen with a very sharp look. Uncle, you don't need to explain what you're thinking. As for Su Qingsang, you don't need to explain for her. She is my wife. I trust her. I trust her. Just as I am willing to respect Uncle's character. I've already forgotten what happened that day. You were just drunk. So, you should forget it too. Zhang Yichen pressed his lips into a straight line and looked at Hua Jinyao. You know how much I can drink. I've never been drunk before. It was an accident. So, as you said, I will forget it. For so many years, every step that Zhang Yichen took was within his plan. However, he never thought that he would encounter something that was not part of his plan. That was Su Qingsang's existence. He tried his best to control himself, but he didn't expect that he would break his plan without even knowing it. Not only did he let Hua Jinyao know what he was thinking, but also, Hua Jinyao didn't answer him. He just stared at Zhang Yichen's face for a while, then said in a low voice. Although what happened that day was an accident, I think you shouldn't come to the Hua family again if you don't have anything else to do. Zhang Yichen suddenly raised his head to look at Hua Jinyao. He looked shocked and hurt. Uncle, you think you can drink well, but is your tolerance for drugs as well? What do you mean? Nothing. Hua Jinyao's voice was flat. Uncle, you keep saying that you got drunk by accident. That's why you lost control. But what you don't know is that someone drugged the soup that I gave you that day. It was because of the drug that Uncle lost his composure. Someone drugged me. Zhang Yichen had never thought of that possibility. After all, when he woke up, Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang had already left. The doctor wasn't there, and Lu Tongjia couldn't have told him about it. No one knew that Zhang Yichen had been drugged, except for Su Qingsang and the others. Yes. Uncle, you were drugged, and under the influence of the drug, you lost control. Who? Zhang Yichen didn't look happy. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing in the Hua family. It doesn't matter who drugged you. Hua Jinyao looked at him with a serious expression. What matters is why that person drugged you. Jinyao. Uncle, have you ever thought about it? You think that you're hiding your feelings well. But what if someone saw through it? Not only did that person see through it, but he also took advantage of it. In fact, the person who he wanted to hurt might not be you, but Su Qingsang. Chapter 578. Hua Jinyao's voice was cold. He had never talked to Zhang Yichen like that. In fact, Zhang Yichen was innocent of what had happened that day. He knew it. He couldn't help but wonder how Lu Tongjia knew what Zhang Yichen was thinking. Zhang Yichen must have revealed something to him when he wasn't aware of it. When he wasn't aware of it, where he couldn't see it. Zhang Yichen and Su Qingsang had shared intimate moments, and Lu Tongjia happened to see them doing that. Thinking of that, Hua Jinyao felt very uncomfortable. He wasn't a stingy man, especially since Zhang Yichen wasn't only his uncle. To Hua Jinyao, Zhang Yichen was both a teacher and a friend. Zhang Yichen was very important to him. He had never thought that one day, his relationship with Zhang Yichen would become like this. He felt sad, and his voice became colder. Uncle, have you ever thought about how much trouble you've caused Su Qingsang? If Su Qingsang hadn't escaped in time yesterday. If the person who drugged you had called a group of people to watch. If you and Su Qingsang had been caught red-handed. Thinking of that, Hua Jinyao felt suffocated. Even if he was willing to trust Su Qingsang, even if he was willing to stand behind her, what would Su Qingsang face in the future? Uncle, you can argue with me, but what about Su Qingsang? Don't forget that she's your niece. Zhang Yichen stood there with his back straight. He didn't move an inch. He couldn't refute Hua Jinyao's accusation. I didn't do anything intimate with her. I just saw her in the back garden twice. Maybe someone saw us. Zhang Yichen looked at Hua Jinyao as he said that. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. But I don't think the Hua family is as peaceful as you think. He could roughly guess who was targeting Hua Jinyao. He believed that Hua Jinyao knew it himself. That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Hua Jinyao couldn't tell Zhang Yichen that it was Lu Tongjia who did it. No matter how bad Lu Tongjia was, she was his biological mother. Even if he didn't say anything, Zhang Yichen had his own guesses. But now there was no need to say anything more. He took a step back. Yes. I don't have to worry about the rest. Today, he seemed to have come with the purpose of explaining. But now, he felt as if he had made a wasted trip. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Zhang Yichen looked at him and added, as if he was worried that Zhang Yichen might be worried. When I returned to the army a few days ago, I agreed to carry out a mission. He wouldn't come back to Rong City anytime soon. You can rest assured. Uncle, you're mistaken. I have nothing to worry about. Zhang Yichen looked a little bitter. That was right. Their relationship as husband and wife was very good, so there was really nothing to worry about. He turned around and left. His footsteps were no lighter than when he came. As he reached the door, he paused. Jinyao, sometimes, I really envy you. You're really lucky. Not everyone had the chance to meet a woman as smart and special as Su Qingsang. Thank you. I also think my luck is pretty good. Hua Jinyao admitted it openly. Half a year ago, if he hadn't suddenly appeared in the hospital where Su Qingsang was in. If he hadn't stopped and watched the fun. He believed that he wouldn't have such good luck now. Zhang Yichen left with a bitter look on his face. Yes. Not everyone could have good luck. It could be encountered, but not sought. Su Qingsang's smiling face appeared in his mind. Zhang Yichen closed his eyes and suppressed that thought deeper into his heart. Su Qingsang looked at Hua Jinyao, who had left her body. He was much more excited today than usual. It felt like when they had just started their relationship. His attitude was even a little urgent. She hadn't seen Hua Jinyao like this in the past few months. Jinyao. She wanted to ask him if something had happened in the company again, or if Lu Tongjia had done something again. However, Hua Jinyao had already turned over again and kissed her lips. He hugged her tightly, brought her into his arms, and did it with her again. Her body moved up and down with him involuntarily. She endured everything he gave her. He was a little forceful. He rubbed her hard into his arms, lowered his head, and kept his lips on her lips and ears. Honey, you are mine. Honey. Honey. Tell me that you are mine. Honey, do you feel it? I am the one with you now. Before Su Qingsang could give any response, he kissed her lips and whispered in her ear. Honey, tell me, who am I? Hua Jinyao. Su Qingsang had to clench her teeth to say those 3 words. She was losing consciousness. The hair on her forehead was already wet with sweat. She felt a little overwhelmed by Hua Jinyao like this. Honey. Who is Hua Jinyao? Su Qingsang felt as if her sanity had flown beyond the highest heavens. The feeling he gave her was too strong. She had always needed time to get used to it. She didn't expect Hua Jinyao to ask such a question at this time. Hua Jinyao, it's you. Yes, my husband. Hua Jinyao was satisfied. Over and over again, he made Su Qingsang say what he wanted to hear. Until she couldn't take it anymore. Exhausted, she fainted in the pleasure he brought her. Hua Jinyao carried her to clean up and change the bed sheets while she was in the shower. Finally, he cleaned Su Qingsang and carried her back to the room. Su Qingsang recovered a little. She wanted to say something, but Hua Jinyao hugged her tightly. Sorry. I lost control today. He shouldn't have lost control like that. At least, since he trusted Su Qingsang, he shouldn't be so worried. However, Zhang Yichen's words and Lu Tongjia knew about her ambiguous relationship with Zhang Yichen. He couldn't help but want some reassurance from Su Qingsang. Even if such a reassurance was only his one-sided thought. Su Qingsang's hands and feet were weak. She looked at Hua Jinyao and shook her head gently. I'm fine. What's wrong with you? Hua Jinyao carefully held her body in his arms and didn't say anything. Zhang Yichen returned to the army today. In fact, after the two of them had finished their conversation in the office, he had left. He knew that Zhang Yichen was a man of his word. Since he said that he wouldn't return to Rong City in the near future, it meant that he wouldn't show up for a long time. However, his absence didn't mean that Zhang Yichen didn't have feelings for Su Qingsang. It was just that he might suppress his feelings deeper and harsher. From his original point of view, he couldn't blame Zhang Yichen. There was nothing wrong with liking someone. Zhang Yichen only liked one person. However, from the perspective of Su Qingsang's husband, Hua Jinyao couldn't ignore it. Someone coveted your wife. That didn't feel good. Now, someone knew about it, and it was Lu Tongjia. Lu Tongjia had been quite quiet these days. Hua Jinyao didn't know if his words worked, or if Lu Tongjia had been seen through and hadn't thought of a new way to deal with Su Qingsang. Either way, he believed that it was only temporary. Given Lu Tongjia's resentment, it was very likely that she would come back in a few days when she was in a bad mood. If Zhang Yichen hadn't given up by then and didn't restrain himself. They were relatives after all. If that happened, Lu Tongjia would probably do something. After all, she didn't like him in the first place. Now that Su Qingsang was involved, she hated him even more. If she really ignored his warning and insisted on telling the truth about Su Qingsang and Zhang Yichen, what would he do? After all, Lu Tongjia was his mother. Hua Jinyao calmed his frown and hugged Su Qingsang's waist tightly. Go to sleep. Jinyao. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. I'll take care of it. He thought that he might need to talk to Lu Tongjia again. Or, did he need to do more to ensure that Su Qingsang wouldn't be hurt by Lu Tongjia? Su Qingsang raised her head to look at him. She didn't miss the complicated emotions that flashed through his eyes. She couldn't help but think of Lu Tongjia. Maybe she could do something. Su Qingsang hung up the phone. After making sure that Su Peijian wasn't at home, she knocked on the door. She did this every time she came to see Xiang Kaiping. In fact, she wasn't afraid that Su Peijian would find out or see her. It was just that it was better to have less trouble than more trouble. Ms. Xiao. It was Ms. Xiao who opened the door. Su Qingsang had come a few times, so she knew her. Hello, Miss Su. Ms. Xiao was all smiles when she saw Su Qingsang. She liked Su Qingsang. She was very polite and knowledgeable. Most of all, she was willing to spend time with them, the older people. This was something that was hard to come by. Ms. Xiao. Xiang Kaiping stood up from the sofa after entering the room. Ms. Xiao, this is the physical therapy device you asked for last time. I brought it here for you. Su Qingsang put a big box on the coffee table. She turned to look at Ms. Xiao. She had wanted to visit Xiang Kaiping during the Dragon Boat Festival, but she went to the Hua family and that incident happened. Although Hua Jinyao hadn't mentioned it in the past few days, she believed that what Lu Tongjia had done must have affected him. Thank you, Miss Su. You're so considerate. Ms. Xiao stepped forward and kept thanking her. How much is it? I'll give you the money. No need. Su Qingsang waved her hand. It's not that much. I'll give it to you. How can I accept it? I'm embarrassed to see you like this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Su Qingsang glanced at Xiang Kaiping as she spoke. I've been busy with work recently, so I may not have time to visit you often. Please take good care of her. Of course, of course. I'm paid. Ms. Xiao looked at the physical therapy device and felt very embarrassed. Thank you. You're welcome. We have internal discounts. It's not too expensive. Ms. Xiao scratched her head. I'll accept it then. Thank you, Miss Su. You're welcome. Miss Su, why don't you stay for dinner today? I bought some groceries. You can leave after dinner. Okay. Su Qingsang agreed and glanced at Xiang Kaiping again. If she stayed for dinner, then Su Peijian, she's busy today. She won't be back. Xiang Kaiping knew what she was thinking. She watched Su Qingsang and Ms. Xiao talk without interrupting. Qingsang, I asked Ms. Xiao to buy some bamboo leaves. Although the Dragon Boat Festival is over, if you have nothing to do, let's make some rice dumplings. Okay. Su Qingsang nodded. I haven't made rice dumplings yet. Auntie, you can teach me. Okay. Xiang Kaiping smiled. In fact, she had bought the bamboo leaves before. She had thought that if Su Peijian was at home that day, she would make rice dumplings for her. Who knew that Su Peijian would stay out for the whole day? Even at home, she didn't have much patience to keep her company. A few days ago, she had wanted to ask her to spend more time with her. Recently, she didn't want to mention it anymore. Because Su Peijian seemed to be busier than before. She sighed in her heart. Xiang Kaiping forced herself to shift her attention away from Su Peijian. In fact, the bamboo leaves were already prepared, and so were the ingredients for the glutinous rice. She knew that Su Qingsang would come today, so she wanted to make rice dumplings with her. Even though the festival was over, she believed that Su Qingsang wouldn't refuse. Su Qingsang didn't refuse. Compared to her, Su Peijian seemed. Xiang Kaiping shook her head. She really envied Li Qinxue. She had such a good daughter. Su Qingsang was halfway through making the rice dumplings when she thought about Lu Tongjia. She believed that before the incident with the Hua family, Lu Tongjia must have had some warmth for Hua Jinyao. But that warmth disappeared in the end. If she could restore the warmth between Lu Tongjia and Hua Jinyao, would Lu Tongjia forgive Hua Jinyao's impulsive mistake when he was 12 years old? Moreover, it wasn't a mistake, but a misunderstanding. If the misunderstanding could be resolved, Qingsang, do you have something else to do? No. Su Qingsang stopped thinking, smiled at Xiang Kaiping, and continued to make rice dumplings. If you have something to do, go do your own thing. You don't have to come to see me. Xiang Kaiping was serious. As an outsider, Su Qingsang had done a lot. Auntie, I'm fine. She was just thinking about Lu Tongjia. Xiang Kaiping didn't really believe her, but since she said she was fine, she couldn't continue to ask. After all, they were no longer mother and daughter. She couldn't control her too much. Xiang Kaiping didn't stop wrapping the rice dumplings. She thought about it and said, You have Hua Jinyao to take care of you. I have nothing to say. But if you have something on your mind, if you want to, I can't help you. But I can still be a listener. Su Qingsang was touched by Xiang Caiping's words. Su Qingsang suddenly had an idea because of Xiang Caiping's words. She also knew what she could do. People get along with each other, but people's hearts changed. Now Lu Tongjia misunderstood Hua Jinyao. Hua Jinyao didn't want to explain. If she explained, she would be exonerating Hua Jinyao. It was better to find another way. Think of other ways to move Lu Tongjia. If Lu Tongjia was soft-hearted, she would naturally believe what she said. She needed to think about how to soften Lu Tongjia's attitude. When Hua Jinyao returned home and was about to eat, he saw the rice dumplings on the dining table. He couldn't help but look at Su Qingsang. The Dragon Boat Festival is over. Where did the rice dumplings come from? Although rice dumplings were usually sold, this one didn't look like it was sold on the street. Because it wasn't a square rice dumpling, but a triangular one. Few people in the north made rice dumplings like this, but many people in the south like to make small triangular rice dumplings like this. Guess. Su Qingsang was still unfamiliar with it at first, but after trying a few times, she got the hang of it. Now that she saw Hua Jinyao, she couldn't help but want to take credit. Don't tell me you made this. Half. You and Auntie Yu. As far as he knew, Auntie Yu was from the north, so she probably didn't know how to make triangular rice dumplings like this. No. Su Qingsang smiled, took his hand, and led him to sit down at the dining table. Come, let me tell you first. The red string is a sweet rice dumpling. The white string is a salty rice dumpling. The sweet one is wrapped with dates and peanuts. The salty one is egg yolk and meat dumpling. So many. Yes. Su Qingsang nodded and sat down next to Hua Jinyao. I'm off today, so I went to see Auntie. Hua Jinyao paused in his action of taking the rice dumplings. Did you make them with Auntie Xiang? Yes. Then, didn't you just stay at Auntie's for a day? Yes. Su Qingsang looked at Hua Jinyao and knew that he was worried about her. Don't worry. I didn't meet Su Peijian. Auntie Xiang said that she looked very busy recently. She's always not at home. Of course she was busy. He had set a trap for Hui Yifan, and Hui Yifan had already fallen into it. Su Peijian was worried and wanted to keep an eye on many things herself. Hui Yifan couldn't let others know that he still worked in Tianyu every day. In this way, his energy would definitely be divided. That was why Su Peijian represented Hui Yifan in many things. She was becoming more and more like that. Many people who had interacted with Hui Yifan in private admired Su Peijian. Many people were also asking about Su Peijian's background. Hua Jinyao couldn't help but glance at Su Qingsang. If Su Qingsang hadn't been the wrong child, if Li Qinchua and Su Qinghui had carefully cultivated her, would she have shown such talent in business like Su Peijian? Su Qingsang didn't know what Hua Jinyao was thinking. She thought that he was worried about her. She picked up a salty rice dumpling and put it in his hand. Okay. I call Auntie every time I go. I only go when I'm sure that Su Peijian is not there. So I won't meet her. Besides, even if I meet her, so what? She also knows that I lived with Auntie before. I'm not afraid of her knowing that she saw me. If she really doesn't like me visiting Auntie, she should be nicer to Auntie. I heard from Auntie Zhao that she often doesn't go home to eat or even stay at home. Chapter 579. She only promised to go less, but she didn't promise not to go anymore. Xiang Kaiping was not in a good state at the moment. She was indeed a little worried. As for Su Peijian, Su Qingsang really didn't take her seriously. Hua Jinyao took the rice dumpling from her hand and pinched her nose with the other hand. You. I only said one sentence, but you said so many. When did I stop you from going? I just don't think Su Peijian is a good person. I don't want you to go against her. It was no coincidence that Su Peijian was with Wei Yifan. It was premeditated. I know. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Hu Jinyao nodded, peeled the rice dumpling, and took a bite. Then he nodded. It tastes good. Of course, it's not like you don't know that Auntie's cooking has always been very good. After Su Qingsang said this, there was a touch of sadness in her eyes. The time when she and Xiang Kaiping were as close as mother and daughter would never come back. Yes. I know Auntie is good at cooking. Hu Jinyao got rid of the rice dumpling. He took out a tissue and wiped his hands. He thought of something else. You didn't tell Auntie that Su Peijian is with Wei Yifan, did you? No. Su Qingsang shook her head. I don't know what to say. If you didn't say it, then don't say it. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. Su Peijian and Xiang Kaiping were just friends. If Xiang Kaiping found out that Su Peijian was with Wei Yifan, her cousin, again, she would be in trouble. Needless to say, Xiang Kaiping could guess that there was something fishy going on. At that time, something might happen again. I know my limits. Don't worry. Of course, Hu Jinyao trusted Su Qingsang, but he didn't trust Su Peijian. Recently, she had been doing a lot of things, but they were all related to work. In private, he did not hear Yang Wenchang say that she had done anything. He didn't know if Su Peijian wanted to take a different approach, or was she so confident that she could defeat him in business. No matter which one it was, he would let Yang Wenchang keep an eye on her. He didn't want to give her a chance to hurt Su Qingsang. Su Peijian came home early today. Xiang Kaiping was surprised. Apart from being surprised, a trace of guilt flashed across his face. After changing into her shoes, Su Peijian looked up and saw the guilty look on Xiang Caiping's face. She squinted her eyes and twitched her nose. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up. It smells so good. What's that smell? I made zongzi today. As Xiang Kaiping spoke, she got up and went to the kitchen. He took out a few zongzi. This is sweet and this is salty. I don't know what you like to eat. Have a taste. Why did you suddenly think of making zongzi? Su Peijian looked at Xiang Kaiping. She was not in a hurry to eat the rice dumplings. She was quite surprised. Isn't the Dragon Boat Festival over? Yes, I have. Xiang Kaiping glanced at her. This time, there was no trace of guilt on her face. Last time during the festival, I was thinking that if you were at home, we could make dumplings together. But you are not at home. A few days had passed. I'm afraid that if I don't eat it, the bamboo leaves will spoil and become unusable. Was she blaming him? Su Peijian picked up one of the zongzi and played with it in her palm, but she did not eat it. Mom. I don't really like eating these. You can do whatever you want next time. Eat whatever you want. Don't wait for me. Xiang Kaiping looked at her in a daze. Finally, she lowered her head under Su Peijian's indifferent gaze. I got it. But I'll eat this today. Su Peijian raised the sweet zongzi in her hand, waved it, and got up to go upstairs. Xiang Kaiping looked at her from behind. Her lips moved, but in the end, she could not stop her. Su Peijian returned to her room, but she did not eat the zongzi. Instead, she turned on her computer and clicked on one of the apps. Soon, she saw the entire situation in the villa. Not only the small garden outside, but also the living room, dining room, kitchen, and Xiang Caiping's in her own room. She pulled up the surveillance footage. Su Peijian quickly saw it. The screen showed the image. Su Qingsang was here. No wonder she said that Xiang Kaiping wanted to make Zongzi out of nothing. She said that she wanted to make Zongzi for her a few days ago, but she was not at home. So it was because of Su Qingsang. Why did she say it was for her? Su Peijian looked at the Zongzi. No matter how she looked at it, she did not like it. She did not like to eat things that were too difficult to digest and high in calories. But that did not mean that she would allow Xiang Kaiping to please Su Qingsang if she did not like it. Looking at Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping making Zongzi in front of the dining table, talking and laughing, as if they were mother and daughter, Su Peijian felt disgusted. Su Qingsang, you have already taken Li Qianxue, and now you are not letting Xiang Kaiping go. You're currying favor like this. Why? Do you think you can please both mothers? Su Peijian felt that she could not take it. She really wanted to do something to make Su Qingsang unhappy. However, she heard that Zhang Yichen had returned to the army. And he would not come to Rong City for a while. If she found another man to prove her relationship with Su Qingsang, Hu Jinyao would not believe her. Not only would she say it, but it was very likely to alarm Hu Jinyao and let him know about her recent actions. Su Peijian stared at the screen for a long time, and finally, she suddenly smiled. Su Qingsang, Su Qingsang. You want to please both sides, don't you? Then I will let you please both sides. I would like to see, with Li Qianxue's personality, whether she will allow you to please both sides like this or not. Su Peijian opened the software again and quickly typed on the keyboard. The Li family in Lin City. Li Qianxue returned home and sat directly on the sofa. She had a social engagement today. In the past, these were all attended by Su Qinghui. However, during the period when she and Su Qinghui divorced in January, she had to start attending these social engagements no matter how much she disliked it. Qianxue. Did you drink again? Old Master Li came downstairs and saw Li Qianxue's red face. He then smelled the faint smell of alcohol on her and naturally knew that she had gone to a social engagement. A little. Dad. Don't worry, I am not drunk. Li Qianxue sat up straight, her eyes clear, and she did not seem drunk. She really could not refuse, so she drank a little, but she was not drunk. She knew how to behave. Old Master Li's eyes were a little distressed. He looked at Li Qianxue, wanting to say something but hesitating. Qianxue. What's wrong? Dad, I am really not drunk. Li Qianxue blinked at Old Master Li as she spoke. Look, I am very sober now, am I not? Qianxue. I heard that Su Qinghui, he. Dad. As soon as Li Qianxue heard Su Qinghui's name, her expression changed. If you want me to get back together with Su Qinghui, you don't have to say it. She hated Su Qinghui so much that it was impossible for her to have anything to do with him again. Old Master Li knew that his daughter had a clear distinction between love and hate. He sighed in his heart. I am not saying that you should get back together with him. I heard that he opened a small company outside. He seems to be doing a good job. I just feel sorry for you. Let's not talk about other things first. Su Qinghui is indeed very capable, Dad. No matter how capable he is, I have already divorced him. He is no longer the son-in-law of the Li family. Li Qianxue had met Su Qinghui a few times in the past 2 months. He seemed to be doing quite well and was not affected by the divorce at all. Opening a company was good enough. She knew that he was capable. They had both decided that they would have nothing to do with each other in the future. She would not let Su Qinghui enter her life again. Old Master Li's lips moved, but in the end, he did not try to persuade her anymore. Li Qianxue's mood was a little affected. After sitting for a while, she went upstairs. After taking a shower, Li Chinchua looked at the empty room where she was alone and sat down on the sofa. She also knew that she had lost her composure today. But she couldn't control herself. She didn't think that she had been really tired recently. How miserable she had been. In fact, she had been through the most exhausting and embarrassing times. When those people in Lin City knew that Su Qinghui had opened a company outside, the way they looked at her made her feel uneasy. Now, she had walked out of it. She used to think that she would love Su Qinghui for the rest of her life until she died. But reality gave her a loud slap in the face. For a man who did not love her, stopping the loss in time was the wisest choice. If she really chose to continue to endure, then she might be able to relax for a while, but she would definitely be in pain for the rest of her life. However, thinking of Su Qinghui, she couldn't help but think of Su Qinghui's expression when he saw her the last few times. His face was eager, and when he looked at her, it was as if he had 1,000 words to say. If Li Chinchua hadn't already seen through Su Qinghui, she might have taken what he had said seriously. She really thought that he had feelings for her. Unfortunately, she had already been fooled once. She wouldn't believe him at all. The most likely reason was that Su Qinghui's new company was not running smoothly, and he wanted to borrow the Li Corporation's popularity. Li Chinchua found that since she divorced Su Qinghui, she would always use the greatest malice to guess his thoughts. She would always think of Su Qinghui as hateful. Very bad. She knew that this was because her trust in Su Qinghui had been shattered and no longer existed. But this was what she was willing to see. Now, it was very good. She would definitely work hard and prove that even without Su Qinghui, she, Li Chinchua, could still live a good life and run the Li Corporation well. Li Chinchua rubbed her eyebrows and planned to go to sleep. Before going to bed, she habitually looked at her schedule for tomorrow. Before she finished looking through it, an email notification popped up in her mailbox. She had 2 mailboxes, one for work and one for private. This was her private mailbox. Not many people knew about it. When she opened it, it was an unsigned email. There was a video inside. Li Chinchua wasn't in a hurry to open it. She looked at the unfamiliar mailbox, turned her finger, and was about to delete the email. However, when she clicked to confirm, she hesitated again. After thinking for a while, she opened the video. Soon, Li Chinchua sat up straight. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. Chapter 580. Su Qingsang came out of the operating room and changed her clothes. When he returned to his office, he found several missed calls on his cell phone, all from Li Chinchua. She frowned slightly. Li Chinchua rarely called her during work hours. He called back and found that Li Chinchua's phone was turned off. Su Qingsang became more and more confused. Su Qingsang didn't get through to Li Chinchua's phone even when it was lunchtime. She had an operation in the afternoon. Su Qingsang thought for a while. He sent a message to Li Chinchua. Then, he told her roughly what time he could finish the surgery. When Su Qingsang finished her afternoon surgery and was about to call Li Chinchua again, her phone rang. Mom. Su Qingsang breathed a sigh of relief when she received Li Chinchua's call. Were you busy just now? I called you, but your cell phone is off. What did you say? Are you in Rome City? Su Qingsang was stunned. For a moment, she thought she had misheard. Where are you now? Outside my hospital. Wait a moment, I'll be off work soon. I'm coming. Su Qingsang hung up the phone as fast as she could. She told the nurse to pay attention to the condition of the previous patient, then hurriedly picked up her bag and phone and rushed out of the hospital. Li Chinchua sat on a bench on the lawn of the hospital. She sat very upright, looking at an unknown point with a solemn expression on her face. Mom. Mom. Su Qingsang stepped forward and called Li Qianxue twice before Li Qianxue raised her head to look at her. Qingsang. Mom. Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me? What Li Qianxue did next shocked her. When she saw Su Qingsang, she stood up and hugged her tightly. Su Qingsang's body suddenly froze. She almost dropped her handbag. Li Qianxue hugged her so tightly that Su Qingsang felt a little uncomfortable. Mom. Su Qingsang tried calling him again. Li Qianxue still did not respond. Li Qianxue hugged him a little tightly. She couldn't describe how she felt when she saw those videos last night. At first, he was angry. Then, he was furious. But after calming down, she watched the video again. She found that she could not be angry, nor could she be angry. She knew that Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping had once mistaken each other for mother and daughter. However, she did not know that after Su Qingsang acknowledged her, she would still be in contact with Xiang Kaiping. She had never seen how Xiang Kaiping and Su Qingsang got along. She had never asked before, so she didn't know. Now she knew. In the video, she saw Su Qingsang learning how to wrap rice dumplings with a smile. She saw Xiang Kaiping standing behind her, teaching her bit by bit. Su Qingsang studied very seriously, occasionally raising her head to look at Xiang Kaiping. She looked at Xiang Kaiping with affection in her eyes. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang in the same way. She had feelings for Xiang Kaiping. That was what Li Qianxue could tolerate the least. Li Qianxue's emotions fluctuated violently, and a kind of fear that was similar to losing enveloped her. She thought of Su Qinghui again. Su Qinghui had been thinking about Xiang Kaiping for decades. That woman was like a nightmare to Li Qianxue. She had been in Su Qinghui's mind for so many years. Was he going to take away Su Qingsang's feelings as well? Another thing was that when she came to Rong City, she ran into Su Qinghui on the plane. Qianxue. When Su Qinghui saw her, his face was full of surprise. In the first-class cabin, the two of them were only separated by an aisle. She glanced at Su Qinghui coldly at that time and then looked away. She still hated Su Qinghui, so she naturally didn't want to look at him anymore. However, Su Qinghui seemed to be very interested in talking to her. Qianxue, are you also going to Rong City? Li Qianxue didn't answer his question. A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Qinghui's face, but it was only for a moment. What a coincidence, I'm also going to Rong City, Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue interrupted him, feeling that the deliberate expression on his face was ironic. This flight was originally to Rong City. Don't tell me you don't know. Su Qinghui was speechless. He wanted to say something, but Li Qianxue didn't give him a chance at all. I know you're going to Rong City to see Xiang Kaiping, so you don't have to say anything now. Qianxue, I'm not going to see Kaiping. I'm going to discuss business. Really? Su Qinghui thought that the company had begun to improve recently. The rise in his career had given him some confidence. He felt that this had brought him one step closer to Li Qianxue. Business? Li Qianxue smiled. Yes. Yes, you're going all the way to Rong City to discuss business. I understand. You don't have to explain. Li Qianxue's smile was sarcastic, and there was even a hint of disdain in her eyes. He said that he wanted to get back together with her, but at the same time, he was hooking up with Xiang Kaiping. TSK, this Su Qinghui really had no bottom line. Qianxue. Believe me, stop. Li Qianxue felt uncomfortable. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. I'm already divorced from you. Go wherever you like, see whoever you want to see, it has nothing to do with me. Okay. Li Qinshue's reaction was to take out a blindfold and put it on, completely ignoring Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui still wanted to speak, but someone behind him boarded the plane, so he swallowed what he wanted to say. When he got off the plane, Li Qinshui went to the bathroom, completely avoiding him. When Li Qinshui divorced Su Qinghui, she knew that Su Qinghui would definitely be with Xiang Kaiping in the end. The woman he loved for so many years suddenly came back one day. How could there be no fluctuations? As for what Su Qinghui said, she believed that it was only because of the Li family, or because of the Li group. Now that Su Qinghui appeared in Rome City, it completely proved that her guess was correct. Su Qinghui didn't love her. He wanted to be with Xiang Kaiping. Li Qinshui didn't want to say anything. They were already divorced, and the two of them had no relationship. Even if Su Qinghui really married Xiang Kaiping and got together in the end, it had nothing to do with her. But Su Qingsang couldn't. For so many years, Xiang Kaiping stood between her and Su Qinghui, receiving Su Qinghui's unforgettable love for decades. Now, even her own daughter was going to be taken away. Was that so? As soon as Li Qinshui thought about it, she felt uncomfortable all over. How could she allow such a thing to happen? How could she allow even Su Qingsang to fall for Xiang Kaiping? What about in the end? Would even Su Yusin fall for Xiang Kaiping as well? In the future, Su Qinghui could still follow Xiang Kaiping and form a new family. In this family, there was a father and a mother. There were also 3 children. Was that so? Li Qinshui had never been a pessimist. But when it came to Su Qinghui, she had never been optimistic. She hugged Su Qingsang tightly, as if she was hugging a piece of driftwood. It wasn't easy for her to find her daughter. Was she going to lose her again? Mom. Li Qinshui wasn't very strong, but now Su Qingsang really felt like she was suffocating from being strangled by her. Mom. You. Qingsang, don't leave me, okay? Mom. Qingsang, you can't leave me, okay? The 2 questions in a row made Su Qingsang a little confused. Her lips moved, and she raised her hand and gently patted Li Qinshui's back. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm your daughter. How can I not want you? No, you have to promise me. You have to promise me first. You can't not want me, you can't not want me. Okay. Su Qingsang could feel the curious gazes of the passers-by around them. It was already past the Dragon Boat Festival, but the sky was still dark. What's more, it was almost lunchtime. Many family members of patients were coming to visit. Mom, can you let me go first? No, you have to promise me first, and then I'll let you go. The huge feeling of losing her made it difficult for Li Qinshui to let go. Su Qingsang could only respond. Okay, I promise you. I won't leave you. And I won't leave you. Really? Li Qinshui finally retreated a little, but her eyes were still fixed on Su Qingsang's face. Of course it's true. Su Qingsang didn't understand why Li Qinshui would say such a thing, but she had been with Li Qinshui for the past few months and understood some of her personality. Mom. You're my mom. I'm your daughter. How can I not want you? They were related by blood, the closest mother and daughter in the world. Li Qinshui looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. But what? Mom, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Li Qinshui also saw the people coming and going on both sides, and the gazes that fell on them from time to time. She curled her lips and restrained all her emotions. In a few seconds, she had already cleaned up the expression on her face. Look at me, I'm dizzy from the flight. Have you eaten? No. I'm planning to go home. Mom, you haven't eaten either, have you? No. The plain food isn't delicious. Then let's go home. Ms. Yu's cooking is good. Okay. I've heard you mention it many times. Let's go. Li Qianxue took a step back, and Su Qingsang only saw a suitcase behind her. It was also at this moment that she realized that Li Qianxue probably got off the plane and came over without even putting down her luggage. She couldn't tell what she was feeling. This wasn't a good place to talk. She pulled the luggage over. Mom. Let's go. When Li Qianxue stood in front of Su Qingsang's car, she couldn't tell that she had lost her composure just now. She had returned to the calm and elegant young lady of the Li family. Qingsang. How have you been? Mom, don't you video call me every day? Why are you asking this? It's pretty good. I go to work and get off work every day. You know about my relationship with Hu Jinyao. It's pretty good anyway. I know, I wanted to ask you, had you seen Xiang in the recent period? What? Su Qingsang put the luggage away and closed the trunk. Chapter 581. Su Qingsang went to the front seat and opened the door for her. Li Qianxue didn't get in the car in a hurry. Instead, she looked a little confused. What? Su Qingsang was a little confused. Thinking of Li Qianxue's behavior just now, she looked up at her eyes focused. Nothing. Let's go back first. Okay. Su Qingsang nodded and took Li Qianxue to the imperial court. Along the way, she talked to Li Qianxue, half out of concern and half out of curiosity. What on earth had happened to make Li Qianxue lose her composure like that? Mom, Yusin is about to take the college entrance examination, right? Yes. In a few days. Li Qianxue answered absent-mindedly. Then, do you want me to go back and cheer him on? She had less contact with Su Yusin recently. Knowing that he was about to take the college entrance examination, Su Qingsang didn't want to disturb him. No need. Li Qianxue smiled. After being here for so long, her face showed a rare bit of pride. He said that he doesn't need us to accompany him. He can do it himself. He also said that if I go to accompany him, it will put him under pressure. In fact, according to Su Yusin's grades, the school had already recommended him to the province's A university. However, he didn't want to study at a university. He still wanted to take the exam himself. Although Li Qianxue loved her children, she was quite principled in some aspects. Su Peijian also took the college entrance examination by herself. She was admitted to a foreign university by herself. Needless to say, Su Qingsang also worked hard to get into a medical university. Now that Su Yusin had such a heart and ambition, Li Qianxue felt very good. The car soon drove to the imperial court. Su Qingsang parked the car and took the luggage. Mom. Let's go. Li Qianxue followed Su Qingsang into the elevator. Li Qianxue thought about the relationship between Xiang Kaiping and Su Qingsang again. She couldn't help but look at Su Qingsang. Qingsang. I actually wanted to ask you just now, I just wanted to ask you. That's right, have you seen? Su Qingsang turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. Su Qinghui. The name Xiang Kaiping lingered in her mouth, but she didn't say it out loud. I want to ask you, have you seen Su Qinghui recently? No. Su Qingsang nodded. She finally had an explanation for Li Qianxue's loss of composure. He felt a little bitter. Even if Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui divorced, it would still be a pity. However, the influence of Su Qinghui seemed to still be there. You've never seen him before. Su Qingsang didn't understand what Li Qianxue meant, but she still shook her head. Nope. Mom, did you meet Dad? Li Qianxue stopped talking and sneered inwardly. Su Chenghui was a master liar. Fortunately, she no longer had any expectations for him, so naturally, she wouldn't believe that what he said was the truth. She had only been to Rong City once since she returned to Lin City. It was such a coincidence that she ran into Su Chenghui. How many times did he come every month? What was his purpose? He was probably looking for Xiang Kaiping. No, maybe there was Su Peixian as well. Thinking of Su Peixian, Li Qianxue's face darkened even more. The daughter she had raised for more than 20 years was no longer her daughter. Not only did she refuse to acknowledge her, she even, Mom. Su Qingsang's words brought Li Qianxue back to her senses. She realized that they had already gotten out of the elevator. Su Qingsang opened the door and let Li Qianxue in. She carried Li Qianxue's luggage to the guest room. The last time Li Qianxue came, she hadn't had a chance to tour the place. This time, she wasn't in the mood to tour. She sat on the sofa. Su Qingsang came out and went to the kitchen to ask Ms. Yu to add 2 more dishes. She brought a glass of juice for Li Qianxue and sat down next to her. Mom, did you meet my dad? She had asked just now, but Li Qianxue didn't answer. Yes. Li Qianxue didn't want to talk about Su Chenghui. She really hated that man now. Dad, Su Qingsang thought of the idea she had given Su Chenghui before. She had asked Su Chenghui to try his best to win Li Qianxue back. Now it seemed that she had made a mistake. I don't want to talk about your dad. Li Qianxue's attitude was too resistant, so Su Qingsang could only swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Hua Jinyao returned home at night and was a little surprised to see Li Qianxue. He didn't understand why his mother-in-law came to Rong City all of a sudden. After greeting her, he glanced at Su Qingsang, and Su Qingsang shook her head gently at him. In fact, she didn't know why Li Qianxue came to Rong City. But she could roughly guess that she was provoked by Su Chenghui. How did Su Chenghui provoke Li Qianxue? Su Qingsang didn't get an answer to this question even after dinner. Mom. Su Qingsang made the bed and looked at Li Qianxue. The quilt is sun-dried. The bed is ready. You must be tired today. Why don't you rest first? Qingsang, come here. I want to talk to you. Su Qingsang walked to Li Qianxue and sat down next to her. Li Qianxue pulled her hand over and held it. Qingsang. You really haven't seen your dad. I really haven't. Su Qingsang shook her head. Dad is in Lin City, and I'm in Rong City. How could I have the chance to see him? That's true. Li Qianxue nodded. You're not the child he likes the most. If he came to Rong City, why would he come to see you? Dad came to Rong City. Su Qingsang's eyes widened. Why didn't I know? Of course you wouldn't know. He didn't come to Rong City to see you. He came to see someone else. You mean Su Peixian. Su Qingsang originally wanted to say Xiang Kaiping, but she was afraid that Li Qianxue would be unhappy, so she quickly changed her words. Li Qianxue, however, understood what she was going to say. Her expression was slightly gloomy. Su Qingsang didn't notice the change in Li Qianxue's expression. She thought of something else. Last time, during the Dragon Boat Festival, Hui Yifan brought Su Peixian to the Hua family. Did Hui Yifan really want to marry Su Peixian? So this time, Su Chenghui came to Rong City because their parents wanted to meet. However, when she went to see Xiang Kaiping 2 days ago, she didn't hear her talk about this. Yes, Xiang Kaiping was afraid that she would be unhappy, so she never mentioned Su Peijian in front of her. It shouldn't be just to see Su Peijian. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qingsang's expression and knew that she wasn't lying. That meant that she had never seen Su Qinghui. But what about Xiang Kaiping? She must have seen her, right? And Su Peijian? Su Qingsang didn't know how to answer. After all, Su Qinghui was her father. Have you seen Su Peijian? Li Qianxue had very complicated feelings about her former adopted daughter. She didn't only suspect Su Qinghui, but also Su Peijian. Yes. Meeting Li Qianxue's penetrating gaze, Su Qingsang didn't lie. Not only have I seen her, but I'm afraid that soon, we will become a family again. What do you mean? Li Qianxue's heart skipped a beat. Su Qingsang didn't want to say this to Li Qianxue. However, if Su Qinghui came to Rong City to set up the marriage between Su Peijian and Hui Yifan, then Li Qianxue would find out sooner or later. I saw Peijian at the Hu family. She briefly told Li Qianxue about Su Peijian and Hui Yifan's relationship. When Su Qingsang finished, she met Li Qianxue's sharp gaze and felt inexplicably guilty. Before the Dragon Boat Festival. Why didn't you tell me? Li Qianxue's expression suddenly became a little strange. She could understand Su Qingsang's concerns, but because of that, she felt even more depressed. In Su Qingsang's heart, would she side with Su Peijian? Mom, don't be angry. I just don't want you to worry. What's more, Peijian is a grown-up. I think she knows what she's doing. In fact, Su Qingsang wasn't stupid. Su Peijian wanted to marry into the Hu family, even if she didn't want to do anything to Su Qingsang. Su Peijian was Li Qianxue's adopted daughter, and Su Qingsang was Li Qianxue's biological daughter. If possible, Su Qingsang didn't want to be on the opposite side of Su Peijian. Knows what she's doing. Li Qianxue sneered, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. It would be great if she really knows what she's doing. Su Qingsang looked at Li Qianxue, not quite understanding what she meant. Forget it. Let's not talk about her. Li Qianxue finally understood why Su Qinghui was in Rong City. It turned out that Su Peijian was going to marry Hui Yifan, another grandson of the Hu family. Li Qianxue had seen Hui Yifan at the Hu family before. He was young and seemed to have a shrewd and astute mind. Su Peijian didn't like Qiu Yanbo very much in the past, but Qiu Yanbo had a good character. But Hui Yifan was far worse than Hu Jinyao. Why was Su Peijian with him? Mom, you should rest early. Okay. Li Qianxue didn't want to think about these things now, but, Qingsang, don't hide anything from me in the future. Mom, I didn't. Really? Then why didn't you tell me about Peijian this time? Qingsang, did you think that if Peijian had a conflict with you, I would be on Peijian's side? I didn't mean that. Su Qingsang shook her head. No matter how she thought about it, she believed that Li Qianxue wouldn't be on Su Peijian's side. I just thought that you raised her for more than 20 years. If possible, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Li Qianxue's heart suddenly ached. She hugged Su Qingsang tightly and forcefully. Was that what Su Qingsang thought? Didn't want to make things difficult for her. Then how many more things could she hide in order not to make things difficult for herself? I'm not making things difficult for you. Li Qianxue hugged Su Qingsang and looked at an unknown point. There's nothing difficult for me. Nothing at all. She suddenly let go of her arms, stepped back a little, and looked at Su Qingsang. Qingsang, you have to believe one thing. No matter what happens, I will be on your side. Always. Her overly serious face shocked Su Qingsang greatly. Finally, she nodded her head heavily. Okay. I understand. Not only do you need to know, but you also need to believe it. Li Qianxue held Su Qingsang's hand tightly. Qingsang, I know what you're thinking, but I'm telling you, from now on, get rid of those thoughts. I'm your mother, your biological mother. I won't stand against you for anyone. Do you understand? Su Qingsang's throat was a little choked. She could only nod heavily, but couldn't say a word. But Qingsang, I want you to promise me something. What? If there's anything I don't do well, you have to tell me. But it's the same for you. You can never give up on Mom or abandon me. Mom. Su Qingsang understood that she might have been affected by Su Qinghui. Mom, don't worry. I promised you just now. I won't. Look at me. You talk too much when you're old. I'm not old. Su Qingsang smiled and said, people will believe that you and I are sisters. How can you say that I'm old? You. Li Qianxue smiled, and her face finally looked a little relaxed. Okay. Go and rest. If I keep talking to you, I'm afraid Hu Jinyao will be jealous. Li Qianxue said half jokingly and half seriously. Mom, Su Qingsang blushed. She looked a little embarrassed. After she left, the relaxed expression on Li Qianxue's face disappeared, and was replaced by a serious expression. Su Chenghui, Su Peijian, and Xiang Kaiping. No matter what they wanted to do or what they planned to do, she was not afraid. The only thing she cared about, and the only bottom line, was her pair of children. Li Qianxue suddenly thought of something. She had been told that Su Peijian was going to marry Hu Yifan. What did Su Peijian want to do? Do you think I did something wrong? Su Qingsang looked at Hu Jinyao with uncertainty in her eyes. She had just returned to the room and told Hu Jinyao about Li Qianxue's loss of composure and her deduction. She didn't know that Li Qianxue had seen the video of her and Xiang Kaiping together. She attributed it to Su Qinghui probably doing something. And why did Su Qinghui do those things? A large part of the reason might be because of her encouragement and instigation. But now, she wasn't sure if her encouragement and incitement had been a mistake. I looked at my father at the time and felt really pitiful. That's why I said those things. But today, my mother has no intention of forgiving my father at all. Not only did she not have any intention of forgiving him, but it seemed that she hated him even more. I think that my father might not come to Rong City to see Auntie as my mother said. It's very likely that Su Peijian might really be marrying Hu Yifan. But my mother doesn't seem to think so. Li Qianxue obviously misunderstood and thought that Su Qinghui came to see Xiang Kaiping. Su Peijian and Hu Yifan were already talking about marriage. Why hadn't he heard about it? Hu Yifan would definitely discuss such a big matter with old Master Hu first. But Hu Yifan didn't get any news at all. Jinyao. It has nothing to do with you. Hu Jinyao looked at Su Qingsang and put aside his own thoughts. If your father really wants to get your mother back, I think he will do it whether you encourage him or not. But if your father doesn't want to, even if you encourage him, he won't be moved. But I don't think he came to Rong City because Su Peijian is going to marry Hu Yifan. Is it really because of Auntie? Could it be that after the past few months, Su Qinghui still thought that the person he loved was Xiang Kaiping? If that was the case, no wonder Li Qianxue was unhappy. No. Hu Jinyao shook his head. He didn't think that was the case. Don't think too much. I think your mother might be thinking too much. Maybe your father doesn't have that kind of intention at all. Why not rule out both possibilities? Maybe he should ask Yang Wenchang tomorrow to find out if Su Qinghui came to Rong City to see Xiang Kaiping. Seeing Su Qingsang's serious expression, he rubbed the top of her head. All right. Don't frown. Maybe nothing happened. You're just thinking too much. Maybe your mother is going through menopause. You're the one going through menopause. Su Qing-sang glared at him. Because of what he said, the worry in her heart dissipated a lot. Even if Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui could never be together, she still hoped that Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui could live separately. She didn't want them to be like enemies. Su Peijian didn't expect Li Qianxue to come to her. When she saw the elegant and beautiful Li Qianxue sitting in front of her, she was dazed for a moment. Half a year ago, she and Li Qianxue were a pair of close mother and daughter. They talked about everything and had deep feelings for each other. She still remembered how shy she was when she had her first menarche. She also remembered how Li Qianxue told her that it was the first step for a girl to grow up and that she should be happy. She also remembered how surprised she was when she received a love letter from a boy for the first time. Li Qianxue told her that it was something to be proud of. Li Qianxue was a very good mother. In the past 20 years, she had given Su Peijian the most selfless and deep motherly love. However, in just half a year, the two people who used to be mother and daughter were sitting across a table from each other. There was not a trace of a smile on each other's faces. Su Peijian swallowed the word mother that was on the tip of her tongue. She closed her eyes. This woman was no longer her mother. She was Su Qingsang's mother now. This realization made Su Peijian feel bad. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was indifferent. Li Qianxue had been looking at her, and that gaze made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Auntie, do you need me for something?" Su Peijian pretended to speak carelessly, but her face was deliberately cold. That "auntie" had clearly divided the relationship between the two of them. Even though Li Qianxue had known for a long time that Su Peijian was no longer her daughter, when she suddenly heard the word auntie, her heart did sting a little. If someone had told Li Qianxue half a year ago that one day, she and Su Peijian would become strangers, she would have thought that person was crazy. However, in the past 6 months, she and Su Peijian had indeed become the most familiar strangers. "Why do you think I'm looking for you?" Li Qianxue gently leaned against the back of the chair. Her eyes never left Su Peijian's face. "How would I know?" Su Peijian's expression did not change. She looked at an unknown point, but she did not look at Li Qianxue. "You don't know. Weren't you the one who lured me to Rong City?" Every time Su Peijian lied in front of her, she did not dare to look at her. Titles and relationships could be changed, but some small habits couldn't be changed in a day or two. "Auntie, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." "You don't understand." Li Qianxue sneered. Her eyes were sharp like knives. "You sent me the video, right? Didn't you send me the video to lure me to Rong City?" "What video?" "I don't know what you are talking about." Su Peijian did not look at Li Qianxue. "Not many people know about my private email. Only a few people know about it. You happen to be one of them." Li Qianxue's body leaned forward slightly, and her eyes looked straight into Su Peijian's heart. "Check the ID and address of that letter. It is from Rong City. If I'm not wrong, I should be able to find out where you live by following that address." "Peijian, do you still want to deny it at this time?" Su Peijian's expression changed slightly. She finally met Li Qianxue's eyes. "I sent the video, but auntie, are you here to denounce me?" "Denounce me?" Li Qianxue looked at Su Peijian. "You used the wrong word. I am not here to denounce you today." Meeting Su Peijian's puzzled gaze, Li Qianxue's voice became more serious than before. "I am here today to warn you." "Warn?" "Su Peijian. I want to explain something to you." Li Qianxue's expression was serious, and her tone was cold. The Li family does not owe you anything. Whether it is me, Yusin, or even my father. We do not owe you anything. In the past, you occupied the position of the eldest daughter of the Su family, and enjoyed all our love, protection, and care. That is all. The Li family only has gratitude for you, and we do not owe you anything. Do you admit it? Su Peijian did not speak. She did not want to answer this question. You feel lost, you feel that you have been hurt, but that is because you are not used to your current identity. You still think of yourself as the eldest daughter of the Su family. You feel that we owe you, don't you? Silence. Su Peijian's lips were pressed into a straight line. The person who swapped the child was Su Qinghui, and the person who made you fall from heaven to hell was also Su Qinghui. Whether it's me or your grandfather, the feelings we had for you were real. If you really think that we need to take responsibility for the feelings that you have now lost your identity, you should look for Su Qinghui, not me. And you should not look for Qingsang. When Li Qianxue said this, her voice rose a notch. You know that Qingsang is the innocent person. She has suffered what she should not have. She has lost what she can never get back, nor can she make up for. Don't deny it. You and I know that her life as an illegitimate daughter for more than 20 years was not good. So I think I need to make it clear to you. If you have anger and resentment in your heart, you should look for the person you really hate. For example, your father, Su Qinghui. For example, the mother who brought you into this world, but never took responsibility, Xiang Kaiping. And the last thing you should do is look for Su Qingsang and let her bear the resentment in your heart. Su Peijian's expression sank bit by bit when Li Qianxue said those words. Chapter 582. Su Peijian felt a throbbing pain in her heart. The pain was worse than when she found out that she wasn't Li Qianxue's daughter. It was worse than when she was forced to leave the Li family. She looked at Li Qianxue. In the suppressed emotions in her eyes, the most obvious was the pain in her eyes. Li Qianxue saw it, but she didn't think she did anything wrong. Everyone had their choices. She felt sorry for Su Qingsang. She chose Su Qingsang, so she wouldn't let Su Peijian do anything to Su Qingsang. She wouldn't let Su Peijian hurt Su Qingsang. Although her words were cold-blooded, they were not unreasonable. Su Peijian could hate Su Qinghui, Xiang Kaiping, and even her. But Su Peijian had no reason to hate Su Qingsang. To put it bluntly, Su Peijian stole Su Qingsang's 20 years of life as the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Qingsang had no obligation or responsibility to bear Su Peijian's unreasonable hatred and anger. Su Peijian felt that her emotions were tumbling. She looked at Li Qianxue and tried hard not to lose control. But it was difficult, really difficult. So, Auntie, do you think that I sent you that video to deal with Su Qingsang? Because she was too emotional, her voice was a little shaky. Isn't it? Li Qianxue sneered. Su Peijian had been her daughter for so many years. Even if she didn't understand her 100%, she knew at least 70% to 80%. What did Su Peijian mean? She knew it very well. When she saw the video for the first time, it wasn't difficult for her to guess that it was sent by Su Peijian after thinking about it calmly. After all, Xiang Kaiping was Su Peijian's biological mother now. It was said that the two of them had been living together for a long time. It wasn't surprising that Su Peijian had the opportunity to install a camera in her home. It wasn't surprising that she would take pictures of Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping together. But she had a very purpose for sending such a video to her. Li Qianxue had been mother and daughter with Su Peijian for many years. She could guess without guessing that her purpose was to drive a wedge between her and Su Qingsang. Do you think I'll be angry after seeing the video? Will I be unhappy? She was indeed angry, and she was indeed unhappy. After being unhappy and angry, after calming down, there was also fear and dread. Fear that I might lose it. However, in front of Su Peijian, Li Qianxue would not reveal any of these emotions. Su Peijian, do you think I'll be in a hurry to get even with Su Qingsang after watching the video? Do you really think that I would do something irrational with my personality, that I can't tolerate anything? Didn't you spend so much effort just to drive a wedge between us, mother and daughter? Do you think I'll do as you wish? Su Peijian, who had been Li Qianxue's daughter for more than 20 years, really understood her. He had clearly guessed her character. If it weren't for Li Qianxue's strong self-control and the competitive spirit in her heart, she probably wouldn't be so imposing right now. Su Peijian smiled. You won't let me have my way. So, you specifically came to me and warned me not to hurt your precious daughter. Yes. Li Qianxue nodded. Her voice was resolute. Do you think I don't know what you're doing behind my back? Do you think I don't know what you want to do? Peijian. Just as you understand me, I understand you. You lost everything that the Li family gave you and your identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family. For you, it's extremely difficult to bear. And now, the person who got everything that used to be yours has become Su Qingsang, whom you used to despise the most. What do you think? Do I need to say more? Facing Li Qianxue's questioning expression, Su Peijian nodded. So, you think I can't bear it, so you think that I'll deal with Su Qingsang? Isn't that right? Li Qianxue was not polite. If you don't have that kind of intention, why did you send me that video? If you don't have that kind of intention, why did you try so hard to get close to Hui Yifan? Don't tell me that you don't know the relationship between Hui Yifan and Hui Jinyao. You clearly know it. You know, and you're sure. That's why you're with Hui Yifan. You want to marry into the Hui family, right? Su Peijian used to think that after so many things that she had been through, her heart was already cold. But now she knew that her heart was not completely dead. She wasn't completely cold. She still missed everything about the Su family, and she still couldn't let go of everything about the Li family. When Li Qianxue faced Su Peijian with such an attitude, she only had one feeling. Thousands of arrows pierced through her heart. Auntie, in your heart, do you feel that? When I lost my identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family, when I lost my backing in the Li family, just because I'm a person, don't I have the right to live a good life? This was Su Peijian's office. She was not afraid of being seen. She stood up abruptly and stared fiercely at Li Qianxue's face. Tell me. When I lost my backing in the Li family and lost my identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family, did I not have the right to marry into a rich family? Did I not have the right to be happy? Is that right? I didn't mean that. No matter what, she was the daughter that she had raised for decades. Li Qianxue didn't want to say too much. But you know why you're with Hui Yifan. I know what I'm doing. Su Peijian smiled sarcastically. Her eyes were full of self-mockery. Mom. A few months later, Su Peijian suddenly called out. Li Qianxue's body trembled. She lowered her eyes and didn't look at Su Peijian. Mom. Su Peijian called again. She looked at Li Qianxue's slightly pale face. I've called you Mom for more than 20 years. Now in your heart, I'm not even as important as one of Su Qingsang's fingers, am I? Am I? So when you heard that I'm with Hui Yifan, you couldn't sit still, right? You're afraid that I'll go against your precious daughter, right? Li Qianxue forced herself not to be swayed by Su Peijian's words. After all, she was a few years older than Su Peijian. She reacted quickly. So, you want to tell me that you and Hui Yifan have feelings for each other? Can't I? Su Peijian looked at Li Qianxue with a face full of accusation. In your heart, is there no one who wants the daughter that you've raised so carefully? Can't she have her own love, her own feelings, and her own future? Even if I'm with Hui Yifan and have the slightest intention of going against Su Qingsang. So what? That's a heinous crime. That's unforgivable. Su Qingsang can marry into the Hua family, but I can't. That's what you mean. Is it? I didn't say that. If you really want to be with Hui Yifan, of course, I have no right to say anything. I just want to tell you that my attitude is. Your attitude is that you suspect the purpose of everything I do. Your attitude is that you think that I, the daughter that you've raised for more than 20 years, do everything with the greatest malice. What else? Li Qianxue looked up at Su Peijian, her gaze indifferent. How do you explain your motive for sending me the video? Motive? That's because I want you to see Su Qingsang's true colors clearly. Su Peijian propped her hands on the desk and looked down at Li Qianxue. What do you think she means? She reunites with you as mother and daughter while following me and being as close as mother and daughter to my mother. Why can't I expose her when she's trying to curry favor with both sides? Li Qianxue thought of the scene where Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping were as close as mother and daughter. She thought of Su Qingsang's sweet smile in front of Xiang Kaiping. Her heart was indeed filled with waves of discomfort. But now, seeing Su Peijian like this, she felt even more uncomfortable. She sneered, stood up, and looked at Su Peijian. Are you sure you want to expose her? Don't you want to see me hate her? And then distance myself from her? Su Peijian, you're thinking too much. Don't you know? Su Peijian thought that she knew Li Qianxue very well. She didn't believe that she could really remain indifferent after watching that video. I won't. Li Qianxue stood up straight, as if to testify for her. Peijian, you don't seem to understand that Su Qingsang is different from you. I was indeed a little unhappy when she went to see Xiang Kaiping. But when I calmed down, I felt touched. You can't not know that before Su Qingsang acknowledged me, she treated Xiang Kaiping as her own mother. Once in Japan, Xiang Kaiping even had a conflict with you because of Su Qingsang. Right? Xiang Kaiping had given her heart to Su Qingsang. If she had given her heart to Su Qingsang could have ignored it. In the future, she would have been estranged from her. Then, with such a daughter, should I also worry that one day, she would become estranged from me because of someone else? You won't understand. It's because I saw the video you posted that my heart ached for Su Qingsang even more. Because after she acknowledged me, she still didn't forget Xiang Kaiping, which shows that she values relationships. I only feel proud of such a daughter, but I won't feel the slightest distance or even disgust. I think that you, Peijian, will never understand this kind of feeling. Su Peijian's face turned pale. She stood there with a slightly gloomy expression. You actually think that way? Li Qianxue nodded and added, yes, I am. That's what I think. And you, my former daughter, I still want to warn you. No matter how high-sounding you are, you can't hide the darkness in your heart. Peijian. I'll say it again, and it will still be the same. In the future, I don't want to interfere with who you want to be with, what kind of life you want to live, or what kind of family you want to integrate into. There's only one thing, and that's Qingsang and Yusin. They are my bottom line. I hope you understand. They are your bottom line. What about me? What about me? Su Peijian slammed the table hard. It was rare for her to lose control of her emotions. It was already extremely rare for her to be like this. Do we have to be like this between us? Mom. I call you Mom. In my heart, you are my mother. Su Peijian couldn't bear the pain. She couldn't control her emotions anymore, and she didn't want to. Mom, if you protect Su Qingsang like this, then what am I? How long has it been since you acknowledged Su Qingsang? 5 months? 6 months? What about me? I called you Mom for 25 years. Mom, is this how you're treating me now? Is this how you're going to trample on me and hurt me for a daughter you've only acknowledged for a few days? Is that right? 25 years can't compare to Su Qingsang's 5 months, right? Whether it's you or my mom, do you all think she's better now? I'm also your daughter. Su Peijian lost control, and her voice was almost roaring. I, Su Peijian, am also your daughter, the daughter you raised for 25 years, and I called you Mom for 25 years. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Su Peijian walked out from behind the desk and walked toward Li Qianxue step by step. Mom. You're my mother. I've always treated you as my mother, and I still can't accept Xiang Kaiping. Do you know why? Because in my heart, only you are my mother. I only acknowledge you as my mother. With every step she took, she would ask a question. With every step she took, she would ask a question. Finally, she stood in front of Li Qianxue. Her eyes were resentful, and her face was full of unwillingness. I respect you and love you, even though I know that you're no longer my mother. But I still have hope for you. I thought that one day you would understand that love is not based on blood, but on getting along. I thought that you were just angry at that time. You just hated my dad for swapping my identity with Su Qingsang. When you think it through, you will accept me again. Acknowledge me as your daughter again. But Mom, what are you doing to me now? Mom, what are you saying now? Ha! If your daughter is Su Qingsang, then what am I? What am I? She repeated the question again and again. This is your choice. A complicated look flashed across Li Qianxue's eyes, but only for a moment. I didn't chase you away at that time. I even agreed to let you stay in the Li family. You chose to give it up. Didn't you? You left the Li family of your own accord, and you left with Xiang Kaiping of your own accord. You cut off all ties with the Li family of your own accord. Li Qianxue was referring to the fact that ever since Su Peijian left the Li family, she hadn't called the Li family or sent Li Qianxue any news. She had separated herself from the Li family a long time ago, and now she was blaming her for giving up on her. She had never given up on her. She had also given Su Peijian some leeway, but she didn't want it. Then what do you want me to do? Ha! Do you want me to watch Su Qingsang surpass me? She's kind and gentle. She wouldn't do something like surpassing you. Li Qianxue subconsciously defended Su Qingsang. Su Peijian felt so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She wouldn't. Ha! Why wouldn't she? Mom, in your heart, Su Qingsang is a good person. I am a bad person. But what are you doing now? All I did was send a video, and you rushed over to help her vent her anger. How can this be called kindness? She doesn't know that I came to you. She doesn't know. Yes. Even when she doesn't know, she can make you think for her like this. She can make you think for her so wholeheartedly. If she knew, do you think there would be a place for me, Su Peijian, in the Li family, in the Su family? Would there be? Li Qianxue frowned because of Su Peijian's attitude. That's because I know that your mind has changed. She would send that video to her, show such an expression in front of her, and reveal such thoughts. This daughter was no longer the daughter she used to be. I've changed because you guys have changed. You guys changed first. Su Peijian's eyes were red. She tried hard not to cry out. She suddenly stepped forward and looked at Li Qianxue. Mom, I still call you Mom. I'll ask you this once. Me. Can I go back to the Sioux family now? Are you willing to let me go back to the Sioux family? I never said that I won't let you stay in the Sioux family. You can still stay in the Sioux family. What about Su Qingsang? Is she going to stay too? This question is meaningless. You know very well that she won't pose any threat to you. It's true that she won't pose any threat to me, but she will take everything away from me. Su Peijian put her hands on Li Qianxue's shoulders. She took you away, Yusin away, and Grandpa away. Even her father was snatched away by her. Mom, what I want is very simple. I just want everything to be the same as before. We are still mother and daughter. Yusin is still my brother, and Grandpa is still my grandfather. Why can't we? Why? Mom. I beg you, let us go back to the past, okay? Let us be happy mother and daughter like we used to be, won't you? I promise, as long as you don't let Su Qingsang go back to the Su family, I won't do anything. I can even not marry Hui Yifan. Okay. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, but she stubbornly did not let them fall. For Su Peijian, money and status had become secondary in her heart. She couldn't stand it. She couldn't accept it. It was her family. She thought they were her family, but in the end, they abandoned her. Her eyes were red, and her face was full of hope and desire. She looked at her like this, just like when she was a child. Li Qianxue suddenly turned her face away, not daring to meet Su Peijian's gaze. Impossible. I agree to let you stay at home, but Qingsang will always be a part of the Su family. She will always be your sister. The hope on Su Peijian's face disappeared. She withdrew her hand and took a step back. So, Mom, in the end, you still decided to give up on me, right? You can coexist, but you don't want it. Yes. I don't want it. But why should I want it? Su Peijian gritted her teeth and looked at Li Qianxue. You were the one who said it. You said I was the eldest daughter of the Su family. You said I was your little princess. You said I could want anything in this world that you could give me. Do you remember? Mom. On my 17th birthday, you gave me a custom-made sports car. You said that everything I own is unique. If that's the case, why can't I want that unique motherly love? Why? Li Qianxue couldn't answer Su Peijian's question. Times had changed. At that time, she really doted on Su Peijian and really treated her as her little princess. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your father. Su Peijian suddenly laughed, her face full of self-mockery. Blame my father. I think I should blame myself. I'm too stupid. I took what you said to coax me seriously. You were just coaxing a child. You said it casually, but I took it seriously. Mom. I just want to continue to be your daughter. Do you have to be so cruel to me? I told you, the person who is cruel to you is not me, it's your father. It's your father who caused all of this pain. It's not me. Li Qianxue felt a little suffocated as she said this. She didn't want to stay any longer. Although Su Peijian's words were sharp, they did affect her. After all, Su Peijian was the daughter she had raised. Faced with such questioning, Li Qianxue really didn't feel good. Peijian, we are mother and daughter. I don't want to mention what you did in the past, and I don't want to pursue it. But in the future, I will never give you a chance to hurt Qingsang again. I won't give you a chance at all. That's all I have to say. Behave yourself in the future. Su Peijian stood there, her body a little stiff and a little stupefied. She listened to Li Qianxue's warning and only felt that it was ironic. So, blood relations were so important? Li Qianxue didn't look at her anymore, turned around, and walked out the door. However, the moment she opened the door, she was completely stunned. This woman was Xiang Kaiping. Although she had seen Xiang Kaiping on the video, but Li Qianxue didn't expect that one day, she would meet Xiang Kaiping in this way. Their eyes met. The two women, who were nearly 100 years old together, didn't move. Su Peijian didn't notice Xiang Kaiping at first. After all, Xiang Kaiping was afraid that she would be unhappy, so she hadn't come to the office for a while. She was still standing there, still sad. Thinking of Li Qianxue's love and concern for Su Qingsang, she felt more and more pain. Pain. Look at Su Qingsang. She didn't need to do anything at all to let her easily taste frustration, disappointment, pain, and discomfort. In such a situation, what reason did she have to reconcile with Su Qingsang? How could she return to the Su family without a grudge in such a situation? Continue to be a family with Li Qianxue? No, she didn't want to. She only wished that she had never had a sister like Su Qingsang. She looked in the direction that Li Qianxue left and found that when she stood there without moving, she was a little secretly happy. She thought that Li Qianxue regretted it. However, she soon saw Xiang Kaiping standing face to face with Li Qianxue, motionless. Mom. This mom was very soft. Su Peijian suddenly felt a little guilty. Did Xiang Kaiping hear what she said to Li Qianxue just now? After hearing that, Mom, Xiang Kaiping looked over Li Qianxue's shoulder and swept in the direction of Su Peijian. Who are you calling? Li Qianxue didn't turn around. She was still standing at the door, looking at Xiang Kaiping. After so many years, it was the first time that she directly faced Xiang Kaiping like this. Compared to the Xiang Kaiping in the video, the Xiang Kaiping in front of her was completely like an ordinary middle-aged woman on the street. However, it was this woman who had no special characteristics at all, who was ordinary and unremarkable. But she had captured Su Qinghui's heart for more than 20 years. Li Qianxue closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she moved on the tips of her feet and wanted to leave. Xiang Kaiping, however, did not move. She stood in front of Li Qianxue and looked sharply in Su Peijian's direction. Chapter 583. Xiang Kaiping didn't look at Li Qianxue at all. She only stared at Su Peijian. Who were you calling Mom just now? The third time, it was almost a question. Su Peijian stood there, unable to move an inch. The first thought that flashed through her mind was that it was over. Xiang Kaiping heard it. How much did she hear? Did she hear it all, or? Su Peijian felt a flash of panic in her heart. She thought of what she had just said. Mom. Who were you calling Mom? Xiang Kaiping didn't give her a chance to bluff. She took a step forward and stood at the door. This way, she and Li Qianxue stood in a subtle position. Xiang Kaiping faced inside, and Li Qianxue faced outside. The two of them stood next to each other. Li Qianxue frowned slightly at Xiang Caiping's words and at Xiang Caiping's aggressive tone. She turned and was about to walk out. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Xiang Kaiping happened to be in front of her. Li Qianxue turned her face to look at her. Xiang Kaiping also turned back to look at Li Qianxue at the same time. Their eyes met. This time, there was a subtle hostility in their eyes. Xiang Kaiping was jealous of Li Qianxue, not because Li Qianxue's family background was better than hers or because she was prettier than her, but because Li Qianxue had the daughter of her dreams. Li Qianxue didn't like Xiang Kaiping because she had occupied Su Qinghui's heart for more than 20 years. It was also because Su Qingsang still cared about her. The two of them just looked at each other, neither of them looking away. Su Peijian stood there. She never thought that one day such a situation would happen. Xiang Kaiping was 2 years older than Li Qinxue, but the gap between the two of them seemed to be more than 2 years. Xiang Kaiping had spent so many years missing her daughter and regretting sending her away. Half of her hair had turned white. Her clothes weren't old-fashioned, but the dark coat made her look 2 years older than her actual age. On the other hand, Li Qinxue had her own obsession, except for the matter of Su Qinghui. More than 20 years of pampered life made her look elegant and noble. He was dressed in a bright yellow, custom-made jacket. Her long hair was tied up, and the diamond earrings on her earlobes made her look even more noble. Xiang Kaiping had always been proud of herself. For so many years, no matter what she did, she had always relied on herself. Every step he took was the result of his own hard work. But now that she was facing Li Qinxue, the negative emotions that she had once ignored suddenly emerged at this moment. She forced herself not to look away, but when she saw the radiant Li Qinxue, she felt an uncontrollable inferiority complex. In order not to lose, she stared at Li Qinxue's face, but her eyes turned to Su Peixian. Peixian. Who were you calling mom just now? Can you tell me about it? The hostility in her eyes was clear. However, Li Qinxue did not back down. She had already lost Su Qinghui's heart. She couldn't lose her dignity too. Looking at Li Qinxue, Xiang Kaiping felt a fire burning in her heart. The fire had almost burned her out of her senses. She had always known that Su Peixian was unwilling to acknowledge her as her mother. But she didn't expect to hear Su Peixian say something like that. In order to go back to the Su family, she actually begged Li Qinxue. Begged the woman she had hated for almost her entire life. She couldn't help but glare at Li Qinxue, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Peixian. You want to go back to the Su family so badly, don't you? Since you don't regard me as your mother, since you still regard her as your mother, then go back. My temple here is too small for a big Buddha like you. Su Peixian looked at Xiang Kaiping, her lips moving. She had been unscrupulously enjoying the care and obedience that Xiang Kaiping gave her. In her mind, even if the whole world didn't want her anymore, Xiang Kaiping wouldn't abandon her. They were mother and daughter who were related by blood. But now, Xiang Kaiping actually said that she didn't want her anymore. Mom. She felt a little weak in her legs. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter what I say. What matters is what you are thinking. Since you are unwilling to acknowledge me and don't regard me as your mother, then go with her. Are you chasing me away? It's not that I'm chasing you away, but you don't want to stay. Xiang Kaiping finally looked away from Li Qinxue and turned to look at Su Peixian. Since you don't want to be my daughter, then go. Xiang Kaiping had been very depressed during this period of time. This kind of feeling was something she had never felt when she was with Su Qingsang. She always had to be careful when dealing with Su Peixian. She was always worried that she might say something wrong or do something wrong, which would cause Su Peixian to retaliate and make her unhappy. Although she used to care about Su Qingsang's thoughts. But Su Qingsang wouldn't let her have such feelings. She understood the gap in Su Peixian's heart and had been working hard to make up for it, trying to be a good mother. To be honest, the time she had spent with Su Peixian was about the same as the few months when Su Qingsang recognized her. She had done no less for Su Peixian than Su Qingsang. However, she could warm Su Qingsang's heart, but she couldn't make Su Peixian accept her. If it were any other situation, Xiang Kaiping would never say such a thing. But today, Li Qinxue was also by her side. Li Qinxue didn't want her daughter, but she treated her like a treasure. This understanding must have come to her, coupled with what had happened before. Xiang Kaiping suddenly didn't want to endure it anymore. In the past so many years, she had survived alone. Without Su Qingsang, without Su Peijian, she could also live on alone. She didn't want Su Peijian's hypocrisy. If she really couldn't forget Li Qinxue, then go back. She would pretend that she had never had this daughter. You can leave me. I agree that you can leave. You don't have to force yourself to call me mom in front of me. You don't have to pretend that you have accepted me in front of me. You don't have to. And she didn't need to be careful, worried that one day she would say or do something wrong and offend her. Su Peijian's lips moved. She didn't expect that the video she sent would make things like this. This wasn't the result she wanted. She didn't want this. The person who would be hated by the two mothers was Su Qingsang, wasn't it? The person who would be hated and despised by them was Su Qingsang, wasn't it? Clearly, Su Qingsang was the one who wanted to please both sides. How did she become the one who was being despised by both sides? Subconsciously, out of habit for more than 20 years, her gaze fell on Li Qinxue. She wanted Li Qinxue to give her some comfort and an answer. Li Qinxue didn't say anything. When she saw Su Peijian's expectant and almost pleading gaze, her heart trembled. Su Peijian's lips trembled slightly. She didn't say the word mom, but her eyes already contained that meaning. Li Qinxue understood that she was her escape route. Su Peijian treated her as a life-saving straw. She should go against Xiang Kaiping and keep Su Peijian. Let her go home with her. But she couldn't. She felt the corner of Xiang Caiping's eyes fall on her. She felt that she seemed to be waiting for her decision. Finally, Li Qinxue's hands, which were hanging by her side, slightly tightened and she looked at Su Peijian deeply. He calmly averted his gaze. Looking at Xiang Caiping's determined face, the corners of her lips slightly curled up. You don't have to say such things in front of me. Because she is no longer my daughter. Su Peijian's body trembled. Xiang Caiping's eyes widened and she looked at Li Qinxue sharply. However, as if she didn't feel their gazes, Su Peijian raised her head and walked away in her high heels. Her action was like a slap on Su Peijian's face. Mom. It was very low and very light, as if it was a whisper. She looked at Li Qinxue's disappearing figure behind the door in disbelief. She couldn't accept that Li Qinxue had really abandoned her like this. She was her daughter. When she turned around again, she found that Xiang Kaiping was also looking at her. Her gaze was complicated, and there was a faint trace of pity in it. Su Peijian's heart ached. She suddenly took a few steps forward and walked in front of Xiang Kaiping. Mom, what you said just now was a joke, wasn't it? Mom, you won't abandon me, will you? Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Peijian. She already didn't know what to do with this daughter of hers. Peijian. It's not that I don't want you. It's that you don't want me. I didn't. Mom. I didn't. I'm just. You just can't forget Li Qinxue. You just can't forget your rich life in the Su family. You just can't forget your mother-daughter relationship with Li Qinxue for more than 20 years. Su Peijian wanted to shake her head, but she couldn't defend herself. Xiang Kaiping sighed in her heart. Peijian, admit it. You don't see me as your mother at all. You don't want me as your mother either. If that's the case, why force yourself? Su Peijian was speechless. She had always been eloquent, but at this moment, she couldn't find the words to defend herself. Xiang Kaiping didn't need her to defend herself. She let out a long sigh and took a step back. Peijian. I don't blame you for not wanting to acknowledge me. I won't take back what I've given you. As for the future, you're on your own. She turned to leave, but Su Peijian stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Mom. Mom, don't go. Mom, listen to me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I acknowledge you. I really do recognize you. I also really accept you. You can't abandon me. You can't abandon me. Xiang Caiping's body stiffened. She couldn't see Su Peijian's expression behind her. But she could feel the strength that Su Peijian used to hold her hand. She stood there, listening to Su Peijian's voice behind her. She raised her hand and calmly pried Su Peijian's fingers away. She turned to face Su Peijian. Her expression was the same as when Li Qianxue was about to leave, calm and indifferent. Peijian, I'm not your driftwood. You came to me without someone to rely on. When you had someone to rely on, you threw me aside. I'm not a passerby. I'm your mother. If you can't understand this, don't come back to me. After all, Su Peijian was her flesh and blood. Xiang Caiping didn't want to see Su Peijian suffer too much. Peijian. If you're really willing to acknowledge me as your mother and want me to be your mother, the door of the house is always open, and you're welcome to come back. But you can also think clearly about whether you really want me as your mother. Xiang Caiping finished speaking and left. The office suddenly became quiet. Su Peijian's body fell to the ground. She didn't get up. She just sat there, looking sluggish. Her eyes were a little empty as she stared at the empty corridor. After a long time, she suddenly stood up, walked back to the desk, and swept everything on the desk to the ground. Go. All go. Who wants you? Who wants you? She didn't want them. She didn't want a mother like these people. Don't you like Su Qingsang? Go and like her. Don't you want me? Then one day, I'll make you regret it. Yes. She must make them regret it. She must let them know that she, Su Peijian, was not a dog that they raised. If they wanted her, they wanted to throw her away. Su Qingsang, Su Qingsang. Everything was because of Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang changed out of her doctor's robe and left the office. She was shocked when she saw the familiar figure in the corridor. Dad. Didn't they agree on this? Yesterday, it was Li Qianxue. Today, it was Su Qinghui. She took a few steps forward and called out in a low voice. Su Qinghui's eyes were fixed on the photo on the wall. In the photo, Hu Qingsang was wearing a doctor's robe, looking radiant and energetic. Her eyes were full of confidence, and her smile was full of beauty. He didn't seem to have seen a daughter like this. Hearing Su Qingsang call him, he turned his face and smiled at her. You're off work. Yes. Su Qingsang nodded and looked at Su Qinghui. It was already past the Dragon Boat Festival, and the weather in Rome City was getting hot. Su Qinghui was wearing a very formal three-piece dark suit. His hair was meticulously combed back. It looked like he had just met someone and came over. Dad, why are you here? You're off work, aren't you? Then let's have dinner together. Su Qinghui suggested. Su Qingsang thought of Li Qianxue at home and hesitated, but in the end, she nodded. Su Qingsang picked a good Cantonese restaurant nearby. Su Qinghui had lived with old Master Li for many years, so his taste was relatively light. After ordering, he called home and said that he wouldn't be back for dinner that night. Then he told Li Qianxue. She was afraid that Li Qianxue would overthink, so she only said that she had something to do at the hospital. Li Qianxue's voice didn't sound quite right. Su Qingsang wanted to ask, but Su Qinghui was sitting across from her. She had no choice but to hang up the phone, then picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Su Qinghui. Dad, have some tea. Su Qinghui glanced at her and took the cup of tea. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes. Were you talking to your mother just now? Yes. Su Chenghui came to Rong City and met Li Qianxue. It was impossible to lie to him that Li Qianxue wasn't at her place. Your mother, how is she? Looking at Li Qianxue's appearance yesterday, she was obviously very angry. It seemed that her anger hadn't subsided yet. Her personality had always been like that. She only believed what her eyes saw and what her heart believed. In the past, he was very proud of her personality. It was as if Li Qianxue had set her mind on him. No matter how he treated her, she would love him and never leave him. Now, he began to worry about her personality. Because this kind of Li Qianxue made Su Qinghui feel a kind of anxiety. He didn't know how to make her move. Su Qingsang didn't answer his question. Dad, why did you come to Rong City? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Of course you can. It just made her a little surprised and a little flattered. Dad, did you go to see Auntie? No. Knowing what Su Qingsang wanted to ask, Su Qinghui answered her generously. Why? Do you think I came to Rong City for Kaiping? Wasn't it? I came to Rong City to discuss business. You should have heard from Yusin that I opened a new small company. It's just started, and it looks good at the moment. But because I don't have the support of the Li family, and I don't plan to use my previous network, I have to do a lot of things on my own. Su Qingsang didn't say anything. She didn't understand business matters. Even if Su Qinghui said it, she couldn't help. I finished talking with a client today and was going to treat him to a meal. But he happened to be busy. I heard from Yusin that you were at the first hospital. I saw that the address on the map was very close, so I came to see you. Su Qingsang nodded and poured a cup of tea for Su Qinghui. But she didn't say anything. Although they had been father and daughter for many years, because of the previous reasons, her relationship with Su Qinghui wasn't considered close. Most of the time when they sat together, they didn't say anything. Your mother, how is she? I know she is at your place. This was the second time Su Qinghui asked about Li Qianxue. Su Qingsang looked up at him and found that she didn't quite understand this man, who was her father. Dad, are you concerned about my mother? Of course, can't I care about her? I don't mean that. I mean, thinking of what Li Qianxue said yesterday, thinking of the look on her face when she talked about Su Qinghui with hatred. Dad. Previously in Rong City, I encouraged you to win my mother's forgiveness. But I saw my mother yesterday, and she seemed to have some misunderstanding about you. It was polite to say that there was some misunderstanding. In fact, Li Qianxue didn't seem to have any misunderstanding about Su Qinghui. She was already prejudiced against Su Qinghui. She hated him from the bottom of her heart. I know. Su Qinghui nodded. Li Qianxue's words on the plane yesterday made him understand what she meant. Your mother has some misunderstanding about me. This is another reason why I came to see you today. Dad, you don't want me to help you explain to my mother, do you? Su Qingsang looked a little conflicted. Her eyebrows were full of disapproval. Of course not. It's something that I can explain to myself. I just want you to help me get my mother to agree to see me. She seems to be very angry with me. She doesn't answer all my calls and doesn't reply to my messages. Even when I change my number and call her, as long as she hears my voice, she will hang up the phone. Su Qinghui looked a little helpless and self-deprecating. I just want you to help me see your mother. Su Qingsang bit her lip and looked a little embarrassed. Su Qinghui was her father. She should agree to him, but thinking of Li Qianxue's appearance yesterday, she shook her head firmly. I'm sorry. Dad. I can't help you with this. Su Qinghui was stunned for a moment, and his eyes seemed to be a little surprised. Qing Sang, last time you said, I was wrong. Dad. I was wrong. Su Qing-sang admitted her mistake and apologized to Su Qinghui. She lowered her head and looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Dad. I should have helped you. But I can't. The way Li Qianxue acted the day before was really not quite right. The problem between her and Su Qinghui was not something that could be solved with the word misunderstanding. Li Qianxue was emotionally unstable these days. If she helped Su Qinghui again, maybe Li Qianxue would think too much. Dad. If you really want to get my mother back, you'd better find a way yourself. I promised my mother that I wouldn't mention you in front of her. Su Qinghui's face turned pale, and a bitter smile appeared on his elegant face. Can't I even mention it? Does she hate me so much? Su Qing-sang was a little embarrassed and really couldn't answer. Soon, the waiter began to serve the dishes. She breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Su Qinghui finally didn't ask Su Qing-sang to help him anymore. The dishes were served one by one. Su Qing-sang was the one who ordered the dishes. She ordered according to Su Qinghui's habits in Lin City. Just now, Su Qinghui had something on his mind, so he didn't pay attention to what Su Qing-sang ordered. Now that all the dishes were on the table, he looked at the dishes on the table, and his mood suddenly became a little complicated. At that time, he didn't feel without guilt for changing the identity of his daughter. However, under the circumstances at that time, Su Qinghui forced himself to suppress the guilt. When the identity of the two of them was revealed, Su Qing-sang and Su Peixian's reactions and behavior to each other made the two daughters immediately see who was better. Especially now, Su Qing-sang didn't even ask and directly ordered the dishes that he usually liked. This made him think of the times when he went out to eat with Su Peixian. 9 out of 10 times, he would go according to Su Peixian's taste. Although it was a small thing, Su Qing-sang's actions warmed Su Qinghui's heart, which had been tired and wandering for a long time, and made him feel a little more at ease. Qing-sang, just pretend that I didn't say what I said just now. Don't worry about Dad. You're right, I really have to rely on myself to get your mother's forgiveness, not on you guys. Dad. This time, it was Su Qing-sang's turn to be surprised. Su Qinghui smiled. He shook his head gently and said, I've lived half my life. There are some things that I have to accept and take lightly. If I have to rely on others to get the person I love, how can it be considered true love? His words were already quite philosophical. Su Qing-sang smiled, and there was a flash of emotion on her face. Dad, you can think like this. If you can think like this, I believe that Mom's heart is not made of stone. One day, she will accept you. Really? Of course it's true. Thank you for your kind words. Su Qinghui smiled. His smile was full of love. Qing-sang, thank you. What are you thanking me for? I'm your daughter. Su Qinghui was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted and spoke as if he was a little emotional. Yes. You're my daughter. A daughter that he had always ignored, owed, and ignored. Chapter 584. When Su Qing-sang returned home, Li Qianxue and Hua Jinyao were sitting on the sofa outside. She didn't know what they were talking about, but the atmosphere was quite good. This surprised her. She could understand why Hua Jinyao had a good relationship with Xiang Kaiping. However, she was surprised that he had a good relationship with Li Qianxue. Mom, Jinyao. Qing-sang, you're back. When Li Qianxue saw Su Qing-sang, the smile on her face changed from the politeness she had shown to Hua Jinyao just now. Come here. I went shopping today and bought some things for you. After leaving Su Peijian's place today, she went shopping for a while and bought a lot of things. She actually didn't particularly like shopping, but she was a little upset. No matter what, Su Peijian was her daughter for so many years. She wasn't as indifferent as she appeared to be. If possible, she also hoped to continue being a filial mother with Su Peijian. But they both knew that it was impossible. She couldn't forget what Su Qinghui had done. She couldn't forget that Su Peijian had enjoyed so many years of her love in place of her biological daughter, and Su Qingsang had suffered so many years of grievance. If she and Su Peijian loved each other, then what about Su Qingsang? How could she face Su Qingsang? These are the clothes I bought for you. These are the shoes, and these are the jewelry I bought for you. Take a look. Do you like them? Mom. You bought too much. Every time, Li Qinchue liked to buy a lot of things for her. Her cloakroom was almost filled to the brim. Not much. This isn't just for you. There are also some for Jinyao. When talking about Hu Jinyao, Li Qinchue's tone was a little casual. It was as if she just bought it casually. In fact, it was true. She treated her son-in-law well only because he treated her daughter well. That was why she treated her son-in-law well. Li Qinchue wouldn't admit that she actually admired Hu Jinyao. Especially after the conversation just now. The cooperation between the two companies had been going smoothly recently, and Hu Jinyao also admired Li Qinchue. To be honest, it was quite rare for someone at this age to be willing to take on a new role and be able to do it with ease after a short period of adaptation. Thinking of Su Peijian's recent actions, Hu Jinyao's eyes dimmed. It had to be said that Su Peijian was very talented in business. Naturally, she had inherited this talent from her father. However, his foresight, methods, and style of doing things were the result of Li Qinchue and Su Qinghui's training. In this aspect, Su Qingsang was at a disadvantage. Li Qinchue picked up one of the clothes and asked Su Qingsang to try it on. When I first saw this one, I thought it suited you very well. Go ahead and try. All right. Su Qingsang didn't want to reject Li Qinchue's good intentions, so she got up and changed. When she came out again, she saw that Hu Jinyao and Li Qinchue were both stunned. Li Qinchue had good taste. Su Qingsang rarely wore bright yellow dresses. But today, he found that the color was surprisingly suitable. He looked down at his body and turned around. How is it? I knew it would suit you. Don't you agree? Li Qinchue turned around and gave Hu Jinyao a look as if she was doing him a favor. The corners of Hu Jinyao's mouth turned up slightly as he looked at Su Qingsang's new look. Yes. The dress is very beautiful. Mom has good taste. Of course. Li Qinchue's eyes were a little proud. She picked up another dress on the side and was about to let Su Qingsang try it on. Su Qingsang waved her hand. Mom. Do you want me to stay up tonight with so many clothes? That's true. You must be tired today, right? Is the hospital very busy tonight? Don't be too tired. Take care of yourself. Let me tell you, your health is your capital. Mom, you say that to me, a doctor, as if you are a doctor. Then you don't take care of your body, so I can only nag a little more. Thank you for your concern, Mom. Don't worry. I will take care of my body. Her concern made Su Qingsang very happy. She looked at Li Qinchue. In fact, deducting the stubbornness in her personality and the series of problems caused by obsession in her early years. Whether it was a mother or a wife, Li Qinchue was a very qualified role. Thinking of what Su Qinghui asked her to say today, she suddenly felt a little conflicted. Should she pass on the message for Su Qinghui? She hadn't decided this question until she was about to go to bed at night. Where did you go tonight? It was night. Hua Jinyao put his arm around Su Qingsang's waist and gently squeezed her palm. You didn't go to the hospital, did you? Because Li Qianxue came. Hua Jinyao came home earlier today. When Su Qingsang called, he was also by her side. Su Qingsang's tone was a little strange. Li Qianxue didn't hear it, but he did. How did you know? Su Qingsang was a little surprised at his sharpness. I'm your husband. How do you think I know? Su Qingsang smiled. She liked Hua Jinyao's answer. She raised her head and kissed him on the chin. My dad is here too. Su Qinghui. Hua Jinyao frowned slightly. He already knew that Su Qinghui had come to Rong City. I'm afraid he didn't just want to see you as his daughter, did he? Su Qingsang shook her head. Meeting Hua Jinyao's penetrating gaze, she leaned over and kissed him again. My husband is so smart. Hua Jinyao's words were very warm. He pinched the tip of her nose and said, You're so smart, of course, your husband has to be smarter. Don't you think so? Yes, yes, yes. You're handsome. Everything you say is right. Su Qingsang briefly told him the purpose of Su Qinghui's visit today. Then, she told Hua Jinyao about the conversation and his final decision. I think my dad has changed a lot since the divorce. Do you think this change is good or bad? Of course it's good. At least, Su Qingsang would never have imagined that she would sit down and eat with Su Qinghui peacefully. She could feel Su Qinghui's closeness to her. This closeness might be because he felt guilty, or it might be because he suddenly found out that he had a daughter. Either way, she liked this closeness. After all, he was her biological father. No one in the world could really ignore the feelings of their parents and elders. She didn't know that Su Qinghui not only felt guilty for her, but also had a new understanding and appreciation for his daughter from the bottom of his heart. Those emotions made him unconsciously start to slowly put his heart on Su Qingsang. He wanted to get along with this daughter again, get to know her again, and cultivate a father-daughter relationship again. This was Su Qinghui's determination, whether it was for his wife or daughter. He wanted to make up for it bit by bit through his own efforts. And Su Qingsang didn't know his determination now. But she could feel Su Qinghui's seriousness in the future. Do you think I should tell my mother what my dad said today? I don't think so. Hua Jinyao wasn't being mean. It was the truth. Since he thinks he doesn't need you to explain for him, you might as well not say anything. In fact, I'm also sincerely suggesting that no matter what misunderstanding your mother has with your father, no matter whether your mother still has feelings for your father or not, don't get involved in their affairs in the future. I know. I don't want to get involved either. In fact, I think my mother will make her own judgment. Although I really want to explain it to her on behalf of my father. But you're right. This is really not something I can get involved in. It's good that you know. Hua Jinyao was afraid that Su Qingsang would intervene. He could tell that Li Qianxue minded the closeness between Su Qinghui and the two children. If Su Qingsang had done too much or said too much, Hua Jinyao would have been shocked. It might give Li Qianxue the feeling that her daughter was not close to her, and that would not be good. Naturally, Su Qingsang could also think of what he could think of. Don't worry. I said I won't interfere, and I really won't. This was also a test. If Su Qinghui's feelings were real, he would not give up easily, even without any help. If he would give up just because of a little difficulty or a little misunderstanding, she would support Li Qianxue to find another one. Li Qianxue was only in her 40s. She was still very young. The Heavenly Queen even found someone younger than her by more than 10 years. With Li Qinshua's qualifications, it was entirely possible. Thinking of this, Su Qingsang suddenly smiled. Hua Jinyao looked at her, turned over, and pressed himself on top of her. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I thought of my mother. You said that she is still young and good-looking, right? Needless to say, she might not forgive my father. Instead, she will learn from that Heavenly Queen and find a man younger than her by more than 10 years. What are you thinking about? I'm just thinking about it. I think it'll be fun if that day really comes. Su Qingsang just said it casually, but she didn't expect that she would hit the nail on the head. In the future, a man who was many years younger than Li Qinshuo would chase after her and not let go. Of course, this was a story for another time. Do you really want to find yourself a stepfather? No. If that day comes, my father will be pitiful. Don't worry. I think your father is determined. He won't let that day come. Su Qingsang thought of what Su Qinghui said today and nodded. That was true. How could Su Qinghui let go? She just didn't know how long it would take for him to move Li Qinshua's heart. Su Qinghui really didn't intend to let Su Qingsang put in a good word for him. However, this didn't stop him from cheating a little. For example, he went to Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao's home. He didn't think that Li Qinshuo would stay in a hotel when she came all the way to see her daughter. With Li Qinshuo's personality, she probably wanted to spend 24 hours with Su Qingsang to cultivate their relationship. He guessed right. When Su Qinghui came to visit, Li Qinshuo had just woken up. Yesterday, she talked to Su Qingsang for a long time and didn't even get up for breakfast. When she got up, Auntie Yu was already there. Because Li Qinshuo was in wrong city, Su Qingsang asked Auntie Yu to come over to cook for the next few days. It was Auntie Yu who opened the door for Su Qinghui. She didn't know Su Qinghui, but after hearing that he was Su Qingsang's father and seeing that he looked somewhat similar to Su Qingsang, she didn't think much and let him in. Li Qinshuo had just come out of the room. Although she had changed her clothes, her hair hadn't been combed and she hadn't put on makeup. He looked as if he had just woken up lazily. She raised her hand to her lips and yawned. However, before she finished yawning, she saw Su Qinghui standing in the living room. Li Qinshuo froze, and she stopped yawning halfway. Her entire body revealed an extremely awkward posture. Su Qinghui suddenly smiled. He didn't seem to have seen this side of Li Qinshuo. A woman at such a young age looked a little cute because of this action. This also made the smile in his eyes deepen. His smile fell into Li Qinshuo's eyes, and it was obvious that he was mocking her. She restrained her expression and her eyes turned cold. What are you doing here? I came to look for you. Su Qinghui told the truth. On the plane the day before yesterday, there are many things I haven't told you. Unfortunately, I don't want to hear it from you. Li Qinshuo thought of the reason why he was here, and her expression turned a little ugly. Did Qingsang tell you the address? No. Su Qinghui shook his head. My daughter is very biased towards you. She told me that she wouldn't speak for me. Li Qinshuo was a little suspicious and didn't believe Su Qinghui's words. It's true. I asked around for a long time before I got the address here. When facing the suspicion in Li Qinshuo's eyes, Su Qinghui was a little helpless. Qinshuo, no matter what, Qingsang is my daughter. It doesn't seem strange for me to ask for the address of my daughter's residence, does it? Of course it wasn't strange, but... They went to work. If you want to look for Qingsang, you can go to her hospital. If you want to look for Hua Jinyao, you can go to Tianyu Group. Qinshuo, I think I just said that I'm here to look for you. I think I just said that I have nothing to say to you. If you have nothing to say, you can listen to me. Su Qinghui was still gentle. There was a faint, extremely elegant smile on his face. The way he looked at Li Qianxue was as if he was tolerating a willful child. Li Qianxue suddenly felt a little annoyed. What did he mean by this? In the past, when she liked him and loved him, she couldn't even beg Su Qinghui to look at her like this. Now that he really looked at her like this, Li Qianxue only felt disgusted. He was pretending, he was pretending. He was pretending. She hated him when she saw him. She wanted to say a few sarcastic words. At that moment, Auntie Yu came out with snacks and tea. She put down the tray and said to Li Qianxue, "Breakfast is ready. Do you want to eat it now, or do you want me to heat it up for you?" "Eat it now." Li Qianxue glanced at Su Qinghui. The hint in her eyes was very obvious. Su Qinghui acted as if he didn't see it and turned to Auntie Yu. "I haven't eaten yet either. The breakfast you made should be enough, right?" "It's enough." Auntie Yu didn't know that the two of them didn't have a good relationship. She just thought that they were here to see their daughter and son-in-law together. "Sir, madam, breakfast is very big. Hurry up and eat, or it'll be cold later." Li Qianxue gritted her teeth. Her plan to chase Su Qinghui away had failed. She glared at him and decided to ignore him and go straight to eat. Neither Hu Jinyao nor Su Qingsang liked Western food. The two of them had similar tastes in this aspect. The breakfast Auntie Yu prepared today was also Chinese. Millet porridge, shrimp dumplings, spring rolls, and fried eggs. She had just scooped a bowl of porridge. Because she was closer to Su Qinghui, she handed it to him. Unexpectedly, when Su Qinghui took it, he placed it in front of Li Qianxue. "Qianxue, your porridge." Li Qianxue didn't take it. Instead, she glanced at Auntie Yu and said, "Auntie Yu, please get another bowl." Auntie Yu looked at Li Qianxue and then at Su Qinghui. She was sensitive and seemed to notice that something was wrong. She quickly scooped the porridge and didn't stay for long. She turned around and said that she had to clean up and went into the kitchen. Li Qianxue took the porridge and didn't look at Su Qinghui. She let him hold the bowl of porridge in the air, looking a little awkward. Su Qinghui put the bowl back to his seat and picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling and put it on the small plate in front of Li Qianxue. "I remember that you like to eat this." Li Qianxue looked at the shrimp dumpling and then at Su Qinghui. There was a hint of mockery in her eyes. She picked up the shrimp dumpling and threw it back on the original plate without thinking. Su Qinghui wasn't angry at such a rude action. "You don't like it? Then have a fried egg." Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue suddenly spoke. Her voice was extremely cold and there was a hint of hatred in it. "Can you let me have a meal in peace?" "Qianxue, if you say one more word, I'll leave right now." Li Qianxue really felt uncomfortable in her heart. The breakfast on the table was what she used to eat at the Li family's house. Needless to say, it was because Su Qingsang thought that these were her preferences, so she asked Auntie Yu to specially make them. But the truth was that these weren't what she liked to eat. These were all what Su Qinghui liked. Because she loved Su Qinghui, in the past few years, she had always treated Su Qinghui's hobbies as her own. Su Qingsang didn't know that she cooked these dishes out of filial piety as a daughter. But Su Qinghui didn't know either, and he even pretended to say that she liked them. This made her feel sick. Realizing that her emotions seemed to be fluctuating again, she forced herself to calm down. After all, she had already made up her mind and told herself that she would never be affected by Su Qinghui again. Her attitude made Su Qinghui silent. He didn't want to curry favor anymore. Instead, he quietly lowered his head to eat. Auntie Yu's cooking was indeed good, but now, neither of them was really in the mood for breakfast. They finished the breakfast in an almost eerily quiet environment. Su Qinghui didn't eat much, and Li Qianxue ate even less. After eating, Li Qianxue got up and walked towards the living room. Su Qinghui was faster than her and stopped her before she could go back to her room. Qianxue, I have something to say to you. You, Su Qinghui. I don't want to listen to you. That's the first thing. Second, I don't want to see you either. Please leave. Qianxue, this doesn't seem to be the Li family anymore. Su Qinghui revealed a rare expression that was almost like a rascal. This is Hua Jinyao's house. Don't forget, Hua Jinyao is also my son-in-law. Shameless. Li Qianxue was angry. She nodded hatefully. Okay. Okay. This is your daughter's, your son-in-law's house, right? Fine, if you like to stay, you can stay. I'll stay in a hotel, okay? After saying this, she walked straight to her room. She planned to pack her luggage and leave. Su Qinghui hurriedly followed behind her. The moment she entered the room and was about to close the door, he quickly blocked her door with his foot, flashed in, and closed the door at the same time. Li Qianxue was furious. Su Qinghui, don't go too far. For the sake of the child, I've tolerated you again and again. Don't force me. Qianxue. Su Qinghui restrained his expression, and his eyes were extremely serious. I've never forced you. I really just want to say a few words to you. A few words is enough. If you're done listening, you still want to chase me away. I'll leave right away. Li Qianxue nodded, the anger on her face unchanged. Okay, a few words, right? Say it. I'll give you 5 minutes. Her attitude was so sharp that Su Qinghui felt very uncomfortable. However, he had to calm himself down. He took a step forward, wanting to stand in front of Li Qianxue. However, she took a step back, her eyes cold. Don't come any closer. Just stand there and speak. Su Qinghui raised his hands and didn't move forward. Qianxue, you said before that I came to Rong City to see Xiang Kaiping. I want to tell you that's not the case. This is actually the first time I've come to Rong City after our divorce. I'm here because I have a business deal to discuss. It has nothing to do with Xiang Kaiping. I think it's fate that I met you. This is the comfort that God has given me. I'm very happy. Even if you misunderstand me, I'm still very happy. But I don't want you to misunderstand me for too long. I know you won't believe me, but I still want to tell you one more time. The person I love now is you. It's you, Li Qianxue. Not Xiang Kaiping, not any other woman. I want to start over with you, not because you're the daughter of the Li family, and not because you have the Li family behind you. It's because you're Li Qianxue. You're me, the woman I love the most. Li Qianxue stood there without moving, waiting for Su Qinghui to finish. When he finished, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you done? No. Su Qinghui shook his head. In fact, I hope that you can consider giving me a chance. I'm not asking you to forgive me immediately. I just hope that you won't chase me away and don't doubt my feelings for you. It's over. Su Qinghui didn't know what to do because of her indifference. However, he still nodded. It's over. Li Qianxue looked at the time and pointed in the direction of the door. 5 minutes are up. You can go now. Qianxue. What? I'm not talking about you. You just had to say a few words, and now you're done. You can go now. Qianxue. Please call me by my full name. Or you can call me Miss Li or President Li, don't call my name. I'm not that close to you. Su Qinghui's face darkened. Qianxue, what I said is true, I believe you. Li Qianxue nodded. She looked like she believed him, but in fact, she didn't believe a word of it. But so what? You. Su Qinghui, you love me, so I have to be grateful and accept it with tears of gratitude. Su Qinghui didn't know what to say. Chapter 585. When Li Qianxue said this, there was not much accusation on her face. However, the mockery in his eyes was clear. Su Qinghui's face suddenly turned pale. Li Qianxue sneered, you should remember what you have done, right? There were some things that I could still remember clearly even though it had been more than 20 years. I'm sure your memory isn't that bad. Right? Su Qinghui was speechless. Li Qianxue continued, Su Qinghui, I used to be blind, and all I wanted was your love. Only later did I realize how stupid I was. Because I overestimated myself, I gave you the opportunity to hurt me again and again. Even the chance to hurt my child. I'm telling you right now, it won't happen again. It won't happen again. Qianxue. I didn't, he wanted to explain, but he swallowed his words under Li Qianxue's sharp gaze. Li Qianxue stared at Su Qinghui's face without any emotion. You thought you said you loved me, and you thought you regretted it. I have to forgive you. With you. Su Qinghui, who gave you the confidence and courage to say such shameless words. But I don't believe a single word you said, not a single punctuation. So you don't have to say anything. Qianxue. It wasn't that Su Qinghui hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. But when such a situation really happened, he really felt a strong sense of helplessness. What do I have to do to make you forgive me? I'll never forgive you. I said forever. Li Qianxue didn't mind making it clearer. No matter what you do or say, I won't believe a single word you say. Whatever you want, I won't give it to you. Su Qinghui. After the divorce, you and I will only be strangers. If you are willing, then we can part ways and live our own lives. But if you're not willing, or if you're still coveting something that you don't deserve, then you'll have to pay for it. If so, you might be disappointed. I didn't. Su Qinghui hurriedly explained, Qianxue, what I said is true. My feelings for you are serious. I'm serious too. Li Qianxue interrupted him, and her gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. I'm serious. Su Qinghui, don't do anything that you and I will regret. I'm not afraid to tell you that not only will my heart not soften because of your words, even your precious daughter will not be able to soften my heart in the slightest. Precious daughter. Surprise flashed across Su Qinghui's face. You mean Peijian? What happened to her? Feeling heartache. Are you anxious? Li Qianxue smiled, even though there was a hint of bitterness in the depths of her smile. After all, she was the daughter she had raised, but now she had become a tool to deal with Su Qinghui. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shaken at all. But this was the only and fastest way to make Su Qinghui give up. You probably don't know, right? Your daughter, Su Peijian. Yesterday, she cried and begged me to recognize her again and bring her back to the Su family. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Qianxue. Su Qinghui's body shook. He stood there in a daze. Even though he had a disagreement with Su Peijian because of some things, she was still his beloved daughter for many years. Are you upset? Su Qinghui, you deserve this. You're the one who hurt her. Do you know that when she begged me, she looked exactly the same as you just now? I should have recorded it and showed it to you. You father and daughter are really alike. Qianxue, don't say any more. Su Qinghui's shoulders drooped, and he exuded a dejected aura. Qianxue, Peijin, she is actually innocent. If possible, please don't hurt her. He had wronged not only Su Qingsang and Li Qianxue, but also Su Peijin. She was right. He shouldn't have given her such an identity and then cruelly thrown her down from a high place. He seemed to be a failure and had been doing wrong things. He had wronged too many people. Su Qinghui, if you don't want me to hurt your precious daughter, then please stay away from me. Whether it was by chance or on purpose, I don't want to see you. To put it simply and directly. If possible, even if you see me in the future, please take a detour. Stay away from me, can you? When Li Qianxue said this, she didn't forget to reveal an extremely proud smile. Of course, if you don't want to, I don't mind doing something to Su Peijin. You know, I have the ability to. After all, she wants to be my daughter wholeheartedly. She loves me and cares about me, doesn't she? Qianxue, I beg you. Don't say any more. You won't. You're not that kind of person. Peijin, she's also your daughter. She's not. My daughter is Su Qingsang. I hope you remember this. Li Qianxue took a step forward and glared at Su Qinghui. Su Peijin is not my daughter. Let me tell you, even if I raised her for more than 20 years, even if she had a mother-daughter relationship with me for more than 20 years, it can't make up for the mistakes you've made and the sins you've committed. Do you think I'll show mercy to her for the sake of our mother-daughter relationship? You're wrong. I hate her as much as I treated her back then, and how much I loved her back then. Because those were stolen by you shameless pair of father and daughter. You stole my daughter's original happiness, stole my daughter's original motherly love. Su Qinghui, I can tell you clearly that after I found out what you've done, I can no longer have the slightest mother-daughter relationship with Su Peijin. Because if I really still have feelings for her, then I can only do as you wish and give you another chance to play me in the palm of your hand. And I don't want to give you such a chance. She hated Su Peijin as much as she had treated her before. All of this was caused by Su Qinghui. Qianxue. I really didn't. Whether you did or didn't, I don't care anymore. Just treat it as if I'm a villain who gauges a gentleman's heart. Anyway, no matter what you say or do, you can't eliminate the hatred in my heart at all. So, don't waste your energy. Su Qinghui stood there without moving. He naturally knew how difficult this path was. But when he really walked on this path, he realized that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Li Qianxue refused to believe his words. No matter what he said, she wouldn't believe him. Qianxue. Su Qinghui stood there without moving, his eyes filled with pain and regret. Li Qianxue was unmoved. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had long given up on Su Qinghui. Even if she felt a little sorry for Su Peijin and felt a little soft-hearted. But when she thought of the grievances Su Qingsang had suffered over the years, she suppressed these emotions. That was why she could be so cold when she faced Su Peijin yesterday. I'll say it again. If you continue to pester me, I'll go deal with Su Peijin. You know what I can do. I can do it. More importantly, Su Peijin was still attached to her. Even if she didn't do anything, it was enough to hurt her. She knew this, and so did Su Qinghui. Okay. I'll go. Su Qinghui's shoulders drooped more and more, and his whole body revealed a sense of dejection. Qianxue, I'll go. I only hope that you won't hurt Su Peijin for the sake of the mother-daughter relationship over the past 20 years. Li Qianxue stood still, but her eyes became colder and colder. Don't hurt Su Peijin. Then he could let Su Peijian hurt Su Qingsang. With such a standard, he was indeed still thinking about the child of another woman. Su Qinghui, where on earth did you get the face to say that you love me? After Su Qinghui left, the room became quiet. Li Qinshue's figure was straight. She looked at an unknown point with an expressionless face. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her expression became a little ugly for a moment. But this ugly expression didn't last long. She used to be as gentle as water, but now she was as hard as a knife. She was right. Hua Ji now looked at the documents in front of him with a faint smile on his face. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Hui Yifan had already entered the trap he had set. He was only one step away from completely taking the bait. When he signed the contract, it would be irrefutable evidence. At that time, he wanted to see how Grandpa would protect the second young master of the Hua family. President Hua, what else do you want to do next? You don't have to do anything next. Hua Jinyao smiled and put the document back in Yang Wenchang's hand. Just keep an eye on them and let their guard down. Then wait for them to sign the contract. Just put the contract in front of Grandpa. Yang Wenchang glanced at Hua Jinyao. He looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something. Hua Jinyao seemed to understand what he wanted to say. He said calmly, "What? Do you think I'm too soft-hearted? Do you think I should directly hand the evidence to the board of directors after they sign the contract? Then Hui Yifan will never be able to make a comeback again. If that was really the case, Hui Yifan would have to leave Tianyu. He wouldn't be able to hold the position of vice president of Tianyu Group for long." Yang Wenchang was silent. That was indeed what he thought. Actually, I want to do that too. Hui Yifan looked at him with an indifferent expression. But Grandpa won't like it. Grandpa is old, and he values relationships. He won't like to see brothers fighting each other. Yang Wenchang didn't say anything. Given old Master Hua's personality, it was indeed possible. If Hua Jinyao really did that. He was afraid that old Master Hua would think that Hua Jinyao was too ruthless again. Just take it as a lesson to him. Hua Jinyao gave old Master Hua face. If he still doesn't know how to restrain himself, I won't be polite anymore. This time, he's lucky. He only hoped that Hui Yifan wouldn't be too stupid. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples? If that was the case, he really couldn't blame him for being impolite. Yang Wenchang nodded and thought of something else. By the way, our company's anniversary celebration is coming up. The plan for this event has already been released. President Hua, take a look at this plan. Anniversary celebration. Hua Jinyao thought that Li Qinshui and Su Qinghui were both in Rong City. Although he didn't want to interfere in the matter between Su Qinghui and Li Qinshui, for Su Qingsang's sake, he could give Su Qinghui a little convenience. Prepare 2 VIP invitations. I'll need them when the time comes. Yes. As for the process, you don't have to look at it in detail. It's about the same as in previous years. After Hua Jinyao asked Yang Wenchang to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Since Su Qinghui and Li Qinshui would come to the anniversary celebration, Hui Yifan would definitely bring Su Peijian along. If that was the case, there would be a good show to watch. In the boutique, Su Qingsang lowered her head and looked at herself. Then she looked at Li Qinshui. Mom, this one. No, try on that one again. Su Qingsang held the dress and felt a little helpless. Mom, I've tried on 7 or 8. Of course you have to try it out. You're going to attend the anniversary celebration of Tianyu Group. It can be considered your first official appearance since you came to Rong City. Of course, you have to look perfect. As she spoke, she placed a white dress in Su Qingsang's hand. Be good, go and try on this one too. Su Qingsang took the dress and glanced at Hu Jinyao, who had been standing by the side. It was all his fault. He said that he wanted to try on dresses today, but it had only been more than an hour and he still hadn't decided. Hu Jinyao met Su Qingsang's somewhat reproachful gaze and smiled lightly. All right, you should listen to Mom. Su Qingsang had no choice but to take the dress and go in again. Li Qianxue turned around and glanced at Hu Jinyao with a rare look of admiration in her eyes. Good patience. It's my duty. Hu Jinyao accepted Li Qianxue's praise generously. It's my honor to accompany two beautiful women. Mom, aren't you going to try it on? Qingsang is the main character. Pick out her dress first. That's good too. Mom, you'll wear a dress of the same color as Qingsang. You'll look like a pair of beautiful sisters. This person really knew how to talk. Li Qianxue glanced at Hu Jinyao. You don't have to flatter me. As long as you treat Qingsang well, it's enough for me. Mom, you've really wronged me. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask someone else. Who would believe that you can have a daughter as old as Qingsang? Li Qianxue really laughed now. She looked at Hu Jinyao with a rare look of satisfaction in her eyes. Su Qingsang came out in the white dress. She was already exhausted to the bone. Li Qianxue took a step back, looked up and down, and shook her head. Change it. This one isn't as good as the golden one just now. Come, try this one on again. Mom. Su Qingsang couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Hu Jinyao with a hint of resentment. Hu Jinyao smiled and took the dress from Li Qianxue's hands. He walked up to Su Qingsang. This is the last one. After you try it on, we'll help your mom pick out the dress together. He winked at Su Qingsang, and Su Qingsang immediately understood what he meant. She took the dress from his hands helplessly. She made a face at him and went back into the fitting room. The winking and small looks between the two of them didn't escape Li Qianxue's eyes. She saw it and felt very gratified. No matter what, she was very happy that her daughter and son-in-law had a good relationship. With Hu Jinyao's protection, Su Qingsang wouldn't be like her for the rest of her life. When Hu Yifan entered the door, he smelled a faint smell of alcohol in the room. He took off his suit jacket and put it aside. When he entered the door, he found Su Peixian sitting on the sofa in the living room. There were a few bottles of red wine in front of her. One of them had been opened, and she had drunk most of it. At this time, Su Peixian was holding a wine glass in her hand and leaning on the sofa. She gently shook the glass in her hand. Her slightly narrowed eyes revealed a hint of confusion. When she saw him enter the door, she didn't say a word. She just picked up the wine and took a sip. Isn't it boring to drink alone? Hu Yifan walked up and sat down next to her. He reached out and grabbed the glass in her hand, then poured himself a glass. Why didn't you wait for me to drink? Wait for you for what? Su Peixian glanced at him. You're going to sign a contract with the other company, aren't you? Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on them during this period of time? Why are you back so early today? You also said that you're going to sign a contract. Since you're going to sign a contract, it means that it's basically done. Su Peixian glanced at him. Her expression wasn't as smug as he appeared to be. Why do I feel that this matter is a little too smooth? Isn't it smooth? Hu Yifan put his arm around her waist. Look, with your intelligence and my resources. Isn't it normal for it to be smooth? Su Peixian blinked at him and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she took another glass from the side and poured herself a glass of wine. Hu Yifan looked at her actions and took a sip of wine. Before she picked up the glass, he leaned over, kissed her lips, and drank the wine. Su Peijian didn't like his actions. After being forced to drink the wine, she pushed him away. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Su Peijian was indeed in a bad mood. She had been at Hui Yifan's place for 2 days. However, she didn't receive another call from Xiang Kaiping. Li Qianxue didn't call her, and neither did Xiang Kaiping. Her 2 mothers seemed to have abandoned her. She felt uncomfortable in her heart. There was a kind of pain that made it hard to breathe. She used to think that Li Qianxue would never give up on her, but she was wrong. Later, she thought that Xiang Kaiping would never give up on her, but she was wrong again. Now, because of a small action of hers, the 2 mothers didn't want her anymore. Su Peijian thought about how well Xiang Kaiping had been treating her in the past 5 months. She thought that she wouldn't care. However, when she really lost her, she realized that she wasn't as calm as she thought. It turned out that she still had expectations for Xiang Kaiping. It turned out that she wasn't as indifferent to Xiang Kaiping as she appeared to be. Now that she knew, what was the use of it? Xiang Kaiping didn't want her anymore. What happened? Nothing. Su Peijian shook her head. She didn't want to talk about these things. Keep an eye on the cooperation. I have a feeling that Hu Jinyao isn't as simple as you think. Don't worry. I heard that his mother-in-law is here. He didn't even go to work today. He went to accompany his mother-in-law. I believe that he won't be able to cause any trouble with his behavior. Mother-in-law. Wasn't it Li Qianxue? Su Peijian's mood became more and more gloomy. Hu Jinyao knew how to be a good person. He put aside his work time to accompany Li Qianxue. Was he helping Su Qingsang to please Li Qianxue? As soon as this thought came to her, Su Peijian dispelled the idea that Hu Jinyao might have suspected her and Hui Yifan. With Hu Jinyao's current state, there was probably nothing that could compare to Su Qingsang, right? Speaking of which, she was about to marry Hui Yifan. She didn't believe that Hu Jinyao could really bear it. You seemed very unhappy when you heard that Hu Jinyao went to accompany his mother-in-law. Hui Yifan suddenly approached Su Peijian. Speaking of which, his mother-in-law seems to be your former mother, right? The sarcasm in Hui Yifan's words made Su Peijian's expression change slightly. She sneered, took out the wine glass in his hand, and drank it in one gulp. She looked up at him, her eyes cold. Yes. His mother-in-law used to be my mother. So what? If you think that I'm a pitiful, powerless, illegitimate daughter now, you can abandon me. I won't beg you to have me. Putting down the wine glass, Su Peijian stood up and was about to leave. Hui Yifan turned his wrist and pulled her into his arms. Look at you, getting angry after a few words. Who's against you? I love you more than anything. Love? Su Peijian sat on his lap and looked at the smile on his face. You said you love me. What else? Hui Yifan kissed her lips. If I didn't love you, why would I take the risk and use my position in Tianyu Group to play such a big game with you? Su Peijian didn't completely believe Hui Yifan's words. Of course, half of the reason why he was willing to play such a big game was because of her. However, she didn't know the other half of the reason. It was because he didn't want to be under Hu Jinyao for the rest of his life. He was ambitious, and everything he did was for himself. You don't seem to believe me. Hui Yifan leaned over and firmly held her waist in his arms. It seems that I have to do something to make you believe me. What can you do? Su Peijian didn't think that Hui Yifan could get married with her now. It's the anniversary celebration of Tianyu Group in 2 days. How about you be my female companion? He whispered into her ear, speaking of which, I've never brought a female companion other than my secretary to the anniversary celebration. You're the first. Are you honored? The anniversary celebration of Tianyu Group was not a small matter. Not only old Master Hua, but the Hua family also had business partners. All the employees who had worked for Tianyu Group would be there. It could be said that except for those who were on duty, most of them would be present. He was willing to bring Su Peijian to the anniversary celebration, which was another kind of affirmation of her identity. It was twice as formal as meeting her parents. Anniversary celebration. Su Peijian narrowed her eyes. Hua Jinyao is working with the Li family, so his mother-in-law should be here too, right? She should be. Hua Yifan looked at Su Peijian's calculating eyes and suddenly smiled. Why? What did you think of? Nothing, I'll go. Li Chinchua thought so little of her. She thought that she had a motive for getting close to Hua Yifan. Then she would let Li Chinchua take a good look. Even if she didn't have the Su family and the Li family as her backing, she could still do well. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.